Chaos is everywhere. Drones from all over the city are flying towards a tower that is floating in the air. All you can hear from there are human screams. The tower is the very real abode of evil. A huge dragon is destroying everyone in its path. The drones report that the last human Lurus has been destroyed, and that means the team is wiped out. Stage 17 has failed, and the dragon's remaining health is 94%. The team that marched on the dragon with smiles on their faces and full confidence is now exterminated, and their bodies are among the ruins of the tower. The spectators who watched the battle were shocked. No one could believe that the Sword Lord Lurus was dead, and the strongest team destroyed. People began to wonder who could defeat the dragon if even the strongest weakened the dragon by only 5%. Everyone has been notified that they need to destroy the boss before the deadline, and the remaining time is 32 minutes. In case of failure, the population of the exam area will be wiped out. The area being examined is the solar system. People stood in the streets and hoped that the world had not come to an end. Some suggested a mob attack on the dragon. Some were completely desperate and decided to order a farewell dinner with all the money they had. And some just cried from helplessness and unwillingness to die. Suddenly, the drones announced that a new participant had arrived. People had hope that some team had not given up yet, which meant there was a chance of survival. However, the drones only announced one contestant. It was number 128, Ray Endo, the guy who entered through the portal to the abode of fire. After what they had seen, people's hopes were shattered. They were sure that they could not fight the dragon alone, so they had better go and say goodbye to their loved ones and prepare for the end of the world. Some people thought this guy just decided to kill himself beautifully as a farewell. Dragon laughed at the fact that Ray had come to him alone. He even told the guy that he shouldn't defend himself for nothing, and then the dragon would give him a full 3 minutes to live. Ray grinned at the dragon and thanked him for the advice, calling him a coward. The boy warned the dragon that the more he talked, the longer he would stay alive. The guy's smile grew wider. He was moved to tears that the dragon was so concerned about his life. And then the boss of the fire abode got angry. The dragon laughed, saying that this kid was just determined to bring his death closer. The drone sent off notifications that the dragon had used a square attack and dragon flames. However, Ray wasn't even scared when he saw such bright flames in front of him. The boy held his hand behind his back and snapped his fingers, summoning a magic ball. Ray made the first attack. The dragon was furious. He couldn't understand how the boy had managed to deflect his blow. Ray smiled and replied that he had not come empty-handed and had prepared himself for battle. And immediately the guy started attacking the dragon. He used the dragon's punch to hit it back. The green stream from the ball took the form of a dragon and sank its teeth into its belly. The system immediately reported that the dragon's health level was 84%. Blood was oozing from the dragon's wound, and Ray wondered if the great and terrible dragon skill only dealt 10% damage. Afterward, the disappointed guy held out his hand and said that he had only prepared for nothing, because even the number of spectators might drop after such a thing. The dragon recovered a bit and wanted to say something to the guy, but Ray interrupted him and pulled out a crystal encircled by a chain. He split the crystal into several pieces with a smile, and a small skull appeared inside. Ray told the dragon that he shouldn't have opened his mouth. The system reported that Ray had used a unique item, a soul shackle. One part of the crystal appeared above the dragon. The dragon found itself chained on all sides. It didn't know what to do. The dragon was then lowered to the ground, and the chains finally bound it, making it roar loudly. Ray reached up and began to draw energy to himself, ordering the dragon to shut up. The drone was showing the audience an exhausted and wounded dragon, and then he pointed his lens at the sign. On it were written details in Ray's name to transfer payment. Another drone flew up to the boy and reported that the remaining time was 22 minutes and 52 seconds. But Ray wasn't in much of a hurry to kill the dragon, so he said he'd stand for 2 more minutes. He grabbed the drone and said that if they wanted Ray to kill the dragon, then they should splurge. The guy then relaxed, sat down and addressed the camera directly, asking the audience how much they thought their lives were worth. The audience was angry with Ray, all yelling for him to end it immediately, as the whole world was at stake. They thought he was crazy, as money was not important in this situation. Ray poured himself some tea. The dragon was going crazy with anger and yelled that the guy would definitely pay for his bullying. Ray snapped his fingers, and the chains on the dragon tightened even tighter. The system announced that the Dragon of Death had activated the absolute skill flame of Great Fury. The dragon spat out a jet of bright flame at the guy, however. Ray didn't even move an eye. He continued to drink his tea. The dragon got even more angry. The boy put the cup on the saucer and told the dragon that he had never learned anything. Ray looked into the dragon's eyes and wondered if he hadn't told him to sit quietly or he wouldn't be able to see the payment plate on his account. The dragon, in utter shock, couldn't believe that even absolute skill couldn't handle this guy. Meanwhile, Ray flipped through his account history and was surprised to see that he had only been transferred 10 billion. The boy asked if they had decided to make fun of him. He sat back in his chair and began to ponder the fact that it was unlikely that he would be able to get the job done properly for that kind of money. After that, the guy looked at the camera and said goodbye to everyone. The city screens abruptly cut off the live broadcast and displayed an error. People were freaking out and couldn't understand why Ray had stopped broadcasting. Some didn't realize that he really needed to transfer all their savings. One of the women fell to the ground clutching her child and began to beg that the savior of the world would help them survive. Meanwhile, the people in high places got nervous that Ray was demanding that the full amount be transferred to him. After all, if they did so, they would suffer great losses in the future. The boss shouted and ordered everyone to shut up, as this was something to think about later. Now they could be his sponsors. The boss told me to wire this guy everything I have. The guy finally got the money. Ray was happy and said that at last he had gotten as much as he wanted. Now he was the richest man in the world. The guy immediately activated the Soulsmith side skill and said that it was time to save the world. Ray snapped his fingers and picked up a vial containing a dragon soul, then another vial containing a god soul, and a vial containing a mage soul. The system reported that a special gear was being formed, the holy sword of the great artisan. Suddenly, the dragon started laughing loudly and said that Ray was crazy since he was going to defeat him with that toothpick. Suddenly, the dragon managed to break free from the chains, shouting that he would destroy this guy now with his own hands. However, before the dragon could finish his speech, Ray cut off his paw, and the dragon fell to the ground. The guy then approached the dragon and threw a few more blows, chopping off the dragon's head and cutting it into pieces. Ray finished, swung his sword, and said that the dragon's death had long been a foregone conclusion. Ray then wiped the blood from his face and sword and said that the moment had finally arrived when a solid amount of money had arrived in his account. But how had Ray come to this point? It had been a normal sunny day a while ago, a nice breeze blowing through the small room, and Ray was playing a virtual reality game. He was sweating profusely from excitement. Suddenly, a notification came from the system. Ray had successfully passed the last test. The boy dropped to his knee from exhaustion and asked with a smile of disbelief if he had really pulled it off. It was a scam game. That was the common name for one fully immersive online prophecy game. The game has a great VR world development, a fully immersive action game with 16K resolution. Using VR device, the player could experience sounds, smells, objects. Those who make it to the end of the game will gain unlimited access to resources that will not expire even after centuries. However, no one believed the description of the game. Ray was also one of those who were just playing and having fun and thought it would be better if the reward was transferred to his account. But one day everything changed. The guy remembered how one day he was working at a construction site and the foreman announced a break. Ray sat on a bench under the awning, hiding from the heat and listening to the conversation of the other workers. The guy couldn't get a normal job, so he started working part-time as a laborer on construction sites. He was squeezed as if in a vice, worked until the seventh sweat in the sun, and from his colleagues received only mockery and ridicule. When Ray opened the food container to have a snack, he got a message on his phone from a prophecy game online. The guy looked and couldn't understand how this notification came from the developer if he had turned off all notifications. In the message, Ray was addressed as the #1 prophecy player online. The guy was congratulated for being able to reach #1 in the power rankings among all beta players. It also stated that a reward would be sent to his account and the transfer had to be confirmed. Ray unscrewed the cap from his water bottle and said with a chuckle that did they really go rogue now, and decided to check it out. The guy logged into his account and started drinking water, talking about how his account was empty anyway. Suddenly he stopped talking. Seeing so much money in his account, Ray was shocked. While the guy was staring shockedly at his phone screen, one of the workers called out to him and said he wanted to ask him something. But hearing no response, the worker walked up to the guy and slapped him on the shoulder, asking what was wrong with him and if he was overheating. Ray suddenly jumped up from his seat and pushed the worker away, running out of the construction site. The worker shouted after him, wondering where he was going. The happy guy ran home and couldn't believe that you can really make money in this game. And if those words about unlimited access to resources that won't expire after centuries are true, then he has devoted all his energies to this game. However, Ray realized too late that he had been too naive. This game is ruthless to the players. Players were like pawns on a chessboard. The level bosses destroyed not only the players, but also their saves. The exits from the dungeons always showed up in different places. And most importantly, the pain from the blows was quite real. When players encountered an overly realistic fear of death, they stopped playing further. At his job, Ray earned just enough to cover only the bare necessities. And in order to keep playing, he got into debt and loans. Those from whom Ray borrowed money were chasing him and demanding that he pay back the money or they would kill him. But the guy had no choice but to go forward. In the hope of unlimited access to resources that would not expire even after centuries. When Ray had just finished the game, he received a message from the developer again, congratulating the guy on successfully completing the game, and argued that the experience Ray had gained would undoubtedly be a valuable resource in the future. The guy took a breath and removed the device. He placed it on the floor with trembling hands, and with a smile on his face, he said that he had really done it. After that, a notification sounded, and Ray immediately rushed to the phone. The guy had received an email from the developer again. This message was addressed to all the players of Prophecy Online. The developer wrote that not so long ago they reached their goal. There was someone who was able to pass the game to the end. And due to this, all online Prophecy servers will be shut down from now on. Ray asked fearfully, wondering what about the reward. In the last line of the message, the developer thanked everyone wholeheartedly for their participation, without even a hint of a reward. Ray dropped the phone in shock and the screen broke. He lowered his head down dejectedly and asked again, what about his reward? After all, he made it through the game to the end. Passing all these difficult tests, they have to reward him. The guy then calmed himself down and convinced himself that there was just so much money there that they couldn't transfer at one time. Ray lay back on the mattress and said hopefully that he would check his account tomorrow. But ever since Ray got his first million, the money hadn't come in. He kept thinking how much better his life would have been if he quit halfway through. But no matter how much he regretted it, there was no turning back the clock. A week passed. Ray woke up on a hot morning and heard the notification come in. The guy took the phone in his hand and made sure no one was calling him. Then he looked up to where the sound was coming from and saw the screen in front of him, on which it was written that the main quest failed. Moscow is destroyed. A new main quest of testing the land begins. The remaining time is 43 days, 7 hours. You need to destroy the boss before the deadline. And in case of failure, the exam area will be destroyed. Ray was completely confused and didn't understand what was happening. The news broke on television that Moscow had been wiped off the face of the earth. The entire city has been wiped out. The Russian government has declared that there is no chance of survival. Unidentified creatures have suddenly appeared in the territory of Japan. Cities are attacked by something that looks like dragons. Correspondents trumpeted that the horror that happened to Moscow was now awaiting Japan. And according to eyewitness information, this disaster is similar to a quest in a certain game called Prophecy Online. The similarity is almost 100%. A geologist who was invited on television claimed that he doesn't believe in this nonsense. It's not some kind of game. All the destruction was caused by a natural catastrophe due to the shift of tectonic plates. The TV host tried to convince the geologist that it was their reporter reporting from the field after all. But the geologist argued that it was camera interference, not some monsters. Meanwhile, the Japanese media tried to hide from the monster. A reporter asked if they were safe now, as one of the monsters was aiming at them. Suddenly, a coworker began shouting through the device for them to get out of there immediately, as the monster opened its mouth and gathered a huge amount of energy into itself. However, there was no response from the reporter and the entire team. The monster destroyed their helicopter and communication was lost. Ray realized then that it wasn't the slabs at all. There was no doubt about it, it had happened. Even though the world was completely screwed when the game became a reality, Ray was completely calm, for he had only one thought in his mind at the time, about the experience he had gained, for it must surely become a valuable resource in the future. These resources in question implied strategies for getting through the game, and Ray was the only one who had made it to the end, and saving the world was in his hands. And with this unrivaled power, Ray can make a huge pile of money. As the online prophecy became a reality, Ray realized that a race for points would now begin among the former players, and one should quickly run to the nearest dungeon. With the apocalypse coming, the atmosphere on the streets became gloomy. Running past people, Ray heard that people didn't know what to do or where to run to. Some still didn't believe that Japan was over. No transportation in the city was running. Ray was getting tired of running and gritted his teeth, overcoming his fatigue. But suddenly a familiar voice stopped the guy. It was Takuo from the debt collectors who were harassing the guy because of his debts. Takuo ordered the guy to stop and asked him how come Ray goes for a walk and doesn't return the money. Takuo was just on his way to visit the guy, so he told the guy to turn around and go with him. After saying that, he threw the cigarette butt in the guy's face. A year ago, when Ray was in the game, he received an email stating that an online prophecy company was offering interest-free $200,000 to those who would qualify. And the condition is that players who get unlimited resources commit to giving half to the company. Ray was tempted and thought that it was $200,000 without interest, and he could pay it back later when he had completed the game. The guy agreed and took the loan, but of course it didn't work out that way. They did give him $200,000, but then, when Ray had already spent it, they sent him a contract with exorbitant interest rates. According to them, Ray didn't qualify, so they demanded 50% in 10 days. So the guy had to get into several loans in order to pay on time. However, when Ray was ready to pay everything on time, they did not answer the phone. They waited for the interest to rise. In the meantime, Takuo told the boy that it was time to pay off his debts. Ray glared at him menacingly and said that they hadn't given him a chance to return the money on time, had they? Takuo called the guy pathetic and said that all debtors usually say stupid excuses like that. Suddenly, Takuo quieted his fervor and said that wasn't why he was here. He asked the guy if he had played the prophecy online. After all, the world was about to be overrun with something that looked like this game. Takuo grabbed the guy by the shirt and demanded that Ray tell him everything he knew. Suddenly, Ray ordered Takuo to put his hands away. This made the collector very angry, and he didn't understand why Ray was being such a bully. The guy looked him in the eyes and said he could give him one good advice. After that, Ray activated the beginner's fist skill. And when Takuo saw the guy's hand glowing blue, he let go in fear. The system reported that the impact force had been increased by 50%. That's when Ray struck the collector. He fell to the floor instantly. Ray walked over to him and deactivated the skill, telling him that he would be in charge in this world. Takuo remained silent, and then Ray said he didn't seem to hear him anymore. Then Ray left him sitting there unconscious and ran on. People who were passing by in a car were interested in the sight. A hooded guy named Light looked out the window and asked the girl sitting next to him, named Ray, if that was a participant in the game there. Light smirked and said he didn't think he'd meet the initiate so soon. The hooded guy knew that soon all laws would become nothing. The entire foundation of the world would be rewritten. The situation was becoming more and more curious to him. It wasn't long before Ray arrived at the goat sanctuary. He approached the huge doors. There was no doubt in his mind. This place was exactly the same as in the game. As he got closer, he stopped and noticed some strange car parked on the road nearby. So there was someone inside already? Ray entered the sanctuary and a long way down appeared in front of him. He'd been going down for several minutes. As he approached the doors of the first hallway, Ray realized something was wrong. It smelled like blood. The boy covered his nose and entered. There he saw a pile of humanoid-looking lizard corpses. Someone had obviously killed them. In the very center of the hall stood the team and its leader, Light. He spotted Ray and told the others that another one had arrived. Light put both hands on the hilt of the sword he stuck into the monster and asked Ray if he was also a player since he had come to this place. Ray was clearly unhappy that he wasn't alone there and asked if they had killed the lizards. Light replied that it was their doing, and these high-level monsters are called shining lizards, and if it weren't for their team, Ray would be dead by now. At this time, Ray thought to himself, what kind of high-level lizards are these after all? They're the lowest in rank. Suddenly, Light took off his hood and offered Ray to be a subordinate, as he noticed that Ray had come alone and had no friends. The condition was that Ray would give him half of the rewards, and Light would in turn protect him as weak. Ray smiled as he closed his eyes and apologized, saying that he preferred to play alone. He then pointed his finger at their entire team and said with a smile that other than that, they didn't stand a chance against the level boss. Light's face darkened with annoyance, and the others were surprised at such words. The entire team gathered behind the pillars for a discussion. It was suggested to kill Ray after they dealt with the boss. The girl disagreed, as it was too cruel. Light said that all the remaining players are just obstacles in their way, and the less people know about the game, the better for them. He confronted the boys and said that this was his decision, and all those who disagreed would die from an accident. Light then told the team that the level boss is a flaming goat, a rather challenging opponent, but once defeated, it recovers in a full 7 days. Light didn't want Ray to get the loot from the boss either, so he told his team not to let Ray go inside until he defeated the boss. There were 5 minutes left until the gate opened. It wouldn't be long before they could enter and fight the boss. Several of the team members approached Ray, who was standing away from everyone. Ray grinned at them and asked if they had decided to fight him. The guy clenched his hands into a fist and said he did, ordering Ray not to move from his spot. Ray realized he could have unwound them in a second, but he didn't even want to get his hands dirty. So he decided for himself that he would have time to kill the boss when their entire team lost. There were 3 seconds until the door opened. The doors opened and the team went inside. Ray stayed outside and leaned against the wall, sipping his tea. He wondered how far they could go. Light, meanwhile, asked worriedly if Ray had gone after them. When he was sure he'd stayed there, Light said it was better for them. And suddenly the girl asked what would happen if anyone guessed that they had presented Ray's death as an accident. Light replied that she was thinking too much. During this conversation, they had almost reached the end of the spacious corridor. The light hit the boy's shield and told him to be on guard. The guy gave him a thumbs up with a smile and told him that everything would be fine since he had the shield and no bosses would be afraid of them. Suddenly, a strong torrent of wind blew through the hallway and Light started screaming, "What the hell is going on and where is this wind coming from?" At the end of the corridor, a huge pillar burst into flames with a strong wind coming from it. Light froze in one place and looked with horror at the flames. He thought it was the boss. However, the flames died down. Suddenly, the clatter of 4-hoofed monsters was heard. A huge centaur with a hammer in its hands appeared. It was an infernal goat. The hellgoat opened its mouth, where flames were coming from, and roared violently. All the team members found themselves scattered in different directions. A loud roar and a mighty torrent of wind made them fly even farther. Some were thrown right back to the doors, and Light was among them. The guy looked at the hellgoat one more time and realized that this was all very, very, very bad. He didn't understand how they should proceed. A frightened girl ran up to him and asked him what they should do. The Light told her to be quiet and said that they would retreat now. One of the team members rushed to the doors, but the doors would not budge in any way. They could not be open. Suddenly, the shield guy appeared and asked what the hell they were doing. Light told the rest of the team to hold the shield guy back because he said his shield could withstand anything. And so there was nothing left for the guy to do but try to protect everyone. He stood up to the infernal goat with dignity. The team ran to the door to try to open it and escape, and meanwhile the goat raised his hammer and destroyed the guy with one blow. Shrapnel went flying in all directions. Hearing the rumble, the team turned around. Their faces froze with horror when they saw the crushed body of their comrade. After that, the hellgoat took the guy's shield with 2 fingers, raised it above his head, and swallowed it. The team members were horrified by what they saw. None of them had realized how terrible the monster was. Light knew that this shouldn't have happened. Since they were preparing to face the fire goat, this monster could be defeated even by beginners knowing the strategy. But after the new version, there was a boss that no one had ever defeated. It was the hellgoat. 4,762 players failed at killing this boss. Light didn't understand why this hellcat was here, why he hadn't been removed because he shouldn't be here. And then Light remembered that Ray was standing outside. And even though the door couldn't be opened from the inside, it was possible to enter from the outside. Light leaned against the door and started knocking and yelling for Ray to open the door. He promised to give him all the team's awards if Ray defeated this monster. Light didn't hear anything in response. He kept knocking and yelling, hoping that Ray would open the door. However, while Light was trying to shout, the monster was already at the door. The goat scattered everyone in different directions with the hammer. The team members fell to the floor and wheezed in pain. Light tried to get to his feet after the blow. He realized that the goat was too strong, and at this rate, they would all die. At that moment, Ray opened the doors and stepped inside, saying that it was so unbecoming of a leader to ask others for help. Light, squirming in pain, looked up at Ray's narcissistic smile and gritted his teeth. However, Light reassured himself that he was only using Ray as bait to save his ass. So he stood up and ordered all the team members to head for the exit while Ray distracted the monster. And when the girl ran past Ray, he tripped her, she fell to the floor, and Ray told her that he didn't advise her to do that. Meanwhile, Light was running as fast as he could toward the door, but it had already begun to close. He reached forward, thinking he was about to be on the other side of the door. However, the door closed right in his face and clamped his arm. Light grimaced in pain and screamed, trying to pull his arm out. Hearing the scream, the Hellcat came up to him and told him he was very noisy. The Light immediately went silent. The monster raised his hammer and irritatedly began shouting that these cries were making his ears ache, so let him finally shut up. Light looked at the monster with horror, and cold sweat appeared on his face. After that, there was a loud sound. A thump was heard, Light's body was crushed, and blood splattered around. The team members were now at a loss as to what to do next. At this time, Ray picked up Light's sword and said that it was very simple. And even though Light was a jerk, his sword wasn't bad. Suddenly, the Hellcat raised his hammer over the guy and laughingly asked if he wanted to die too, promising that he would help with that. After that, the monster struck the place where Ray was with the hammer. However, the guy was already above his head at that time. Ray smirked and told the goat that he was talking some nonsense. And after saying that, the guy cut off the monster's horns. And then, moving down the goat's body, Ray began to deliver slashing blows. The monster shrieked loudly, and its horns clattered to the ground. At that time, Ray found himself standing next to the surviving crew members. He told them that he could save their lives for only 10 million. The girl was in complete shock and couldn't believe her ears. Ray had told them again that for 10 million they would be saved. The girl decided to clarify whether it was 10 million each. Ray replied that that was correct. 10 million each for keeping them alive. And then the guy jumped up and started yelling for Ray to stop talking heresy since they don't have that much money and it's too much. Then Ray pointed his sword at them and said that if they had no money, then let them earn it by their own labor. And they would give him 90% of the bounty on every boss they defeated. Ray thought about asking for full payment, but decided they could keep the 10%. He wasn't a despot. The girl started shouting for Ray to cut the bullshit, as even Light Sand was only demanding 50% of the loot from them. Immediately after those words, the monster's shadow covered them, and a torrent of flames erupted. The infernal goat screamed, "How dare he rob him of his pride, his horns?" After that, the monster released a fireball at the guys, and they didn't even have a chance to leave the line of fire. The girl immediately pulled out her staff and shielded everyone, but it wasn't enough, and Ray shoved them back so the fire wouldn't reach them. After that, Ray landed next to them and asked how long would their luck last for them to survive. And then the girl, along with the guy, fell to their knees and started screaming that they would agree to anything as long as Ray would kill that hellish asshole. Hearing that answer, Ray smiled and said that was the end of it. Then he turned around and looked at the monster. He yelled to the goat that somehow it had been a long time since he had kicked his ass. This made the monster very angry, and he replied that he didn't remember losing to a mortal. The team members, meanwhile, couldn't understand what Ray was even carrying, since with the new update of the hellgoat, no player had ever managed to defeat him. Ray looked at the monster confidently and remembered that there was no update related to this boss in this game. After his victory over the hellgoat, he changed his form, and players could only fight against the fire goat. While Ray was thinking, the monster attacked him, but Ray reacted instantly and prevented the blow. Trump got incredibly angry and started asking who Ray even was and how he was able to parry his hammer. Ray smiled and replied that with such an attack, even a level 50 veteran player would meet his death, and for him, such a blow would be fatal. But as long as Ray knows the goat's weak spot, the monster won't kill him. The hellgoat swung his hammer in fury, and Ray slipped away from the blow. He then began to dodge each of the monster's blows, moving from side to side. The infernal goat became enraged and started screaming in rage as to why he couldn't even hit this mortal. At this time, Ray approached the monster's head and slit its eye, saying that it moved the same way it did in their last battle. Ray didn't stop and kept throwing punches. The team members watched this battle and couldn't believe that Ray was winning. The guy and girl clenched their fists and started shouting words of encouragement for Ray to take this asshole down. Ray started yelling for them to shut up and not distract him. The crew members called him a rude person in response. Meanwhile, Ray landed on the ground and the goat's hammer hit almost right next to him. After that, the goat struck again. Ray managed to slip away from the blows. However, he found himself trapped in the corner of the wall with nowhere to run. Trump smiled and put the hammer on the floor, saying Ray might say something before he died. But Ray sent the goat far away and said it wouldn't hit him even at such a small distance. Fury engulfed the goat. His eyes glowed with flames. He raised his head and opened his mouth wide, gathering the hot flames within. The fire began to spread throughout the room. The team members couldn't understand what was happening. It was a flame that destroyed everything in its path. Even level 99 players couldn't survive such an attack. There's no escaping this attack, no matter how hard you try to hide, and that's Hellcat's greatest asset. At this time, Ray's eyes lit up in anticipation, and he said that it was wonderful, because he had been waiting for this moment. And then the system told him that the beginner's skill was activated. Ray pushed off the ground and rushed upward with such force that the ground broke beneath his feet. The system reported that the strength of the kicking attack had increased by 50%. A blue flame erupted. At this time, Ray remembered that the flame that destroys everything in its path is a powerful spell, but at the moment of casting it, the boss is completely defenseless. And the monster is so focused on casting the spell that it can't even move. In short, even a level 1 player will be able to swat him with one precise blow to the head. Ray flew above the goat and pushed off the ceiling with his feet, pointing the tip of his sword downward. Ray plunged the sword into the monster's head. The monster didn't move anymore, and only a small flame escaped from its mouth. Ray told the goat that if he had already started to cast the spell, he couldn't interrupt it. And in that state, his flames would just eat away at his insides, and he can't survive his own flames. After that, Ray flew above the monster. Flames began to burst from every crevice of the goat, destroying it. After the flames died out and the body was burned, the guys approached the corpse, and the system reported that the unique boss Hellbender had been defeated. The girl almost cried with happiness. She couldn't believe they had survived. The boy also breathed a sigh of relief. However, the team members were only confused by the fact that Ray had defeated the boss without being injured in the process. And suddenly the system alerted. Ray was the first in the entire world to manage to kill a unique boss. And for that, he is awarded a unique title, Conqueror Novice. Ray was surprised as there were no such titles in the game, but the games were different in some ways. And the system also reported that the unique title increases his attack power by 50% when attacking bosses. Ray said that sounded really good. The system replied that he was the first in the entire world to be granted a unique title, and as a bonus for such an achievement, he could choose his own subclass. The guy was surprised at such generosity so early in the game, and already such a tough choice. A window appeared in front of the guy, asking the system if Ray wanted to choose a subclass right now. Ray said that was a stupid question, and the answer was obvious. After that, he pressed the button. Yes. The system immediately warned the guy that once a subclass was selected, it would be impossible to change it. Ray was then in another space. He touched a panel and everything around him glowed. He leaned his palm against the wall and mentally said that he needed a soulsmith subclass. And after those words, energy waves began to pass through his hand to his entire body, creating an energy field around the guy. The system was immediately notified that the soulsmith subclass was now available to him, and they congratulated him wholeheartedly. Ray smiled and said he was after the money and ended up making a real score. Now the guy decided to see what he got from the monster. A key and a dagger appeared in front of him. The girl saw it and said that's the key to the underground waters. These are special hunting grounds where you can not only get pumped, but also earn good money. The guy was supportive and said that according to Light, it was a very rare drop, which is what he was getting the group together for. Ray twirled the key on his finger and said that it wasn't that rare, and the drop of this key was 100%. The guy became embittered and started yelling and asking how Ray even knew that. And the girl couldn't understand why he was talking so smugly. Ray just looked at them, took the dagger in his hand and said, "Infernal dagger, it was indeed a rare item." The boy walked over to one of the rubble and lightly touched it with his dagger. The stone immediately shattered into 2 pieces. The girl couldn't believe her eyes that Ray had just cut the stone like butter with his dagger. However, Ray said that it was a very weak result, and decided to test the new class on it, hoping that he had enough materials to improve. A subclass, as the name implies, is an additional class to an existing class. And most of those subclasses are useless, except for a couple of subclasses. And Soulsmith is one of them. People with this subclass are able to extract a soul fragment from all things, people, animals, plants, and ore. Different fragments gave different enhancements. Ray knew that with this subclass, you could get through the damn game. He activated the Soul Eye, and the system alerted that the item could be awakened using the Soulsmith subclass. And the items required for such an awakening are a F-rank Mage Soul Fragment. Ray looked at the girl, and the system immediately reported that the girl was at level 5, and it was possible to extract a fragment of the Mage's soul. The prerequisite for extraction was signing a contract. Ray realized that this girl had a magic class. However, his plans didn't include a contract. He wanted to ask them for 90% of every boss they defeated. After a bit of thought, however, Ray realized it sounded more appealing. He stabbed his sword into the floor tiles and walked over to the boys. Ray asked them if they wanted to become stronger, and he said he could give them this key to do it. The guy immediately started jumping for joy and yelling that they really wanted it. Then Ray pulled out the contract and said that in that case they would bring him all the items on the list, and the key was a down payment. The boys almost cried with joy. They wanted to get rich with the key. Ray said there was no need to thank him, as the richer they became, the richer Ray himself would be. The system reported that Ray had made a contract with the girl, and all the conditions for extracting the soul fragment of a F-ranked mage have been fulfilled. A vessel appeared in front of the boy. The material was obtained, and Ray decided to start forging. The Soulsmith skill was activated. Then a huge vortex of energy appeared, and the dagger began to merge with the vessel. Ray held his hands up and began to speak the incantation for the infernal dagger to awaken. After that, a bright flash appeared, and the system reported that the Hell Dagger's awakening was successful. Ray took the dagger in his hand, and a notification came that the weapon's attack power had been increased, and a new skill, Chopping Soul Strike, was available. The guy immediately wanted to test his new skill and took a swing. The guys were very scared and did not know what to expect. Ray struck with his dagger, releasing a powerful shockwave that reached the end of the corridor and beyond the shrine. The loud sounds scared away all the birds in the neighborhood, and the sunlight penetrated the sanctuary and brightened the surprised faces of the boys. Ray looked up at the sky through the huge hole he'd made, a few shards still raining down on him. The frightened and shocked boys, meanwhile, lay on the ground and did not understand if it was possible for a human being to have such power. Having thus tested the strength of the blow, Ray said that it was not bad. Now he had weapons and skills and only one thing left to do. After these words, he turned to the girl, and she was very frightened. She closed her eyes and covered her head with her hands. She closed her eyes and covered her head with her hands. But Ray just walked past and walked over to the wreckage. The girl was very surprised by this. She turned around and saw Ray sitting down next to the corpse and folded her hands to pray. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, and she wondered if he really wanted to honor the dead players. But that's not what happened. After the prayer, Ray picked the pockets of the corpses, and when he found the wallet, he started counting the money. The guy said it's his money now, and he thinks he'll definitely have enough for a cab. The guys were watching from the sidelines, and the girl said that Ray was more horrible than the most infernal goat, like a monster in human form. Some time passed. Ray headed off to his next destination. He came to the entrance of an abandoned temple. Once inside, Ray looked around and walked forward along the path until he came across a well. Inside the well, he noticed a ladder and decided to go down. Ray knew there was a well in the old temple that had been abandoned by everyone, and that at the bottom of the well, there is a secret dungeon where you can easily gain experience. The monsters there are pretty strong, and you'll need a group of at least 3 people to get through this dungeon. But now that Ray had awakened the infernal dagger, he was sure that all the experience and money would be his. After a few minutes, the boy went down to the very bottom of the well, and as soon as he put his foot on the ground, a huge gold coin flew at him. Ray noticed it in time and immediately swung his dagger, cutting the coin into 2 pieces. After which, he took a fighting stance and both halves of the coin fell behind his back. Seeing those who tossed the coin, Ray was a little wary. It was a team of 3. The ringleader of the group, named Cookie, approached Ray and said with an evil smirk that he had entered their territory. Ray was surprised and held out his dagger, asking why on earth this was their territory. Cookie looked at him arrogantly and asked if Ray knew the golden rule. First up, first down, Ray told the ringleader that if they had a group of 3, he could show some great grounds for experience, for a fee, of course. In response, a guy named Ion said they were fine here, and a big closet-looking guy named Adrian suggested that Ray pay them and they'd let him pass on. Ray took a deep breath and realized that he was facing the new entrepreneurs of this new world. He rolled his eyes and wondered how much they wanted for a pass. Cookie smiled and said they were asking for $50,000 an hour, and there were tons of monsters ahead, and if Ray defeated them, he could recoup the money he spent. Ray agreed to the deal and handed him a stack of money, telling him he'd make up for what he'd spent quickly. Cookie wished him luck and told him he had the place to himself for exactly 1 hour. They let him through without any problems, and Ray found himself in a cave with crystals. It was the wolf's den. Hearing a loud howl, Ray immediately stopped and looked around. Animal footsteps could clearly be heard. The pack of wolves surrounded the guy on all sides, and they started howling loudly. Ray didn't move. Suddenly, he noticed a wolf with glittering eyes in front of him. Ray immediately realized that it was a diamond wolf, a mid-level monster with a low health score. He took a deep breath and wondered why the whole pack had come at him. He could have used a soul-cutting blow, but he decided to save his strength. Suddenly, the wolves howled loudly, signaling the beginning of the attack. They began to jump down from the rocks and attack the boy at the same time. But as soon as the wolves began to approach, Ray would chop off their heads, limbs, and anything else he could get his hands on. After dealing with all the wolves, Ray crouched down on a rock to rest and catch his breath. He then pulled some tea out of his pocket with a smile and decided that now he could have some refreshment as his throat was dry after such a battle. Ray stuck a straw into the tea bag and began to drink. At that moment, Adrian appeared behind him. He swung around and was about to strike. Ray noticed it just in time. He tossed the tea aside and grabbed the dagger, blocking the blow. Then he took the dagger more comfortably and struck so that his opponent leaned back, trying to dodge. Ray's punch was so strong that it reached the ceiling and made a loud sound. There was a distance between them. Rocks sprinkled from the ceiling. A wound on Adrian's forehead was bleeding, and he said with a wide grin that Ray had almost stabbed him. Ray was silent, thinking that Adrian had managed to dodge his blow, which meant he was no stranger to fighting against humans. So he asked Adrian if it was too low to attack from the back when he was distracted by the monsters. Adrian smiled wickedly, his eyes sparkling with rage, and he replied that that was the best part. Ray got angry and asked if Adrian was holed up in these grounds waiting for strong players with decent loot. Who can be eliminated while they try to deal with the monsters? Adrian just smiled silently. Suddenly, Cookie showed up with Ion and told Ray that he was very guessing. Ray looked at them scornfully and said that this was a real wolf den, a gathering of hyenas. He wondered why he was the only one who'd thought to go there. Ray looked into Cookie's eyes and said threateningly that he should have recruited a stronger group, because they couldn't stand up to him. That made Cookie angry. Ray eyed each of them carefully and thought that when he met them, he didn't immediately notice that this Adrian Cabinet was the owner of a heavy arm. And this little Ion, with a sword in his hands that's bigger than him, puts magic on the weapon, increasing its sharpness. One blow, and you're in the grave. Ray also noticed that the ring on the hand of the ringleader of this gang was clearly some kind of problem. Meanwhile, Cookie adjusted his jacket and asked Ray to forgive them and allow them to make up for his comrade's gaffe. After saying that, Cookie waved his hand, and a huge amount of gold coins sprinkled onto Ray. All of these moments landed with a clatter at the guy's feet. He tried to stay calm and control his facial expression. But at this moment, Ray was really angry that this jerk was throwing money around. It was sacrilege to throw 10,000 away. Cookie smirked and said that he seemed to have paid too much and asked that Ray pick up the excess and give it to him. Ray, of course, realized it was a trap. He asked Cookie how he compensates the victims, makes them kneel down and pick up money from the ground. Ray had already realized that it was an explosive coin ring. These coins can explode at the will of the ring's owner. Cookie decided to play on his greed and ignorance. And then Ray told Cookie that if he gave him his money, he would so-and-so let them go in one piece from there. Cookie got angry and came down from the cliff, saying that Ray is not friendly with his head, and don't forget that the 3 of them will be fighting against him. Suddenly, Ray's eyes flashed blue, and he started shouting that he didn't care how many of them there were, even 100. Their fighting skills weren't worth a dime anyway. These words hurt Cookie badly. He reached out with the ring and formed a fiery explosion. The ringleader then started yelling that he had originally thought of just blowing Ray up, but now ordered his guys to chop the freak to pieces. Adrian immediately pounced on Ray. Using his punch, however, Ray managed to dodge. And at that moment, Ion appeared behind him. They surrounded the boy from all sides, Ray blocking their blows. He then gathered all his energy and used an attack, throwing those ghouls away in different directions. Ray got angry and said that he had paid them $50,000 to leave him alone for an hour, and they ended up breaking the deal themselves. And now they are obliged not only to return his money, but also to pay the interest on top. Kuki smiled wickedly and replied that he would pay the interest with his explosive coins. After saying that, he snapped his fingers and used the coin explosion technique. Thousands of coins chased after Ray. At this time, while the coins were chasing the guy, Ion decided to jump off the cliff and attack. However, Ray noticed and blocked his strike just in time. With a swipe of his dagger, Ray chopped Ion's sword into pieces. Kuki was watching the battle. He couldn't understand how Ray managed to break Ion's sword. He noticed that Ray was holding a dagger, an epic weapon. Ray fought Adrian and Ion lightly, but the ringleader thought they were higher level than Ray and definitely wouldn't lose to him. Explosive coins surrounded the guy on all sides. Ray was pissed that the jerk was throwing money around like that and couldn't figure out if he had endless of it. Meanwhile, Adrian attacked from the back, using a missile strike attack. He struck with such force that the shards flew in different directions. Ray's dagger floated in the air. Adrian emerged from the pall of dust and cheered loudly, saying that it had been a great blow and that Ray would surely die from such a blow. Ion, meanwhile, was pretty pissed off that Adrian hadn't thought of the others. He could have been hurt too, after all. More important to Ion, however, was the fact that repairing his sword would now cost money. Happy Kuki at this time walked over to the dagger, picked it up from the ground, and said that no matter how rare the weapon was, it was worthless in the hands of a weakling. And suddenly Ray used the soul-capturing skill. Chains enveloped Adrian and Ion's bodies, preventing them from even moving. Kuki watched them with fear in his eyes. He watched the chains squeeze their bodies tighter and tighter. Adrian and Ion were screaming heavily. A worried and agitated Kuki called out to them, hoping they could get out. Inexplicably, Ray's voice appeared from nowhere. He began to say that with the help of the soulsmith skill, he had literally squeezed their souls into a vice. And suddenly Ray appeared from the remaining puffs of dust. He said that torture was far worse than death itself. Kuki was overcome with rage. He couldn't contain himself any longer and ran at Ray with a dagger in his hands. But as soon as Kuki got close, Ray grabbed him with his hand and pushed him back. Then he looked him straight in the eye and told him that Kuki was too slow. Kuki frowned and asked if it was true. And after saying that with a crazy smile, he grabbed his jacket with his hands and started shaking it violently. Coins sprinkled at a great speed. Employing such a stratagem, Kuki told Ray to now try to run away from him. However, Ray instantly used the soul-capturing skill, and the chains clamped onto Kuki's body. The chains then wrapped around his neck and began to tighten even tighter. Kuki started screaming and asking why the coin explosion hadn't happened. Ray replied that soul captivity could immobilize an enemy and deactivate skills if the enemy's level was far below his skill. It was like taking away a candy bar right in front of his face. These words hurt Kuki. He started shouting that it was impossible as his level 7 and he was one of the fastest developing players. As his body was squeezed by the chains and he squirmed in pain, Ray said that such progress was indeed good for a beginner. Ray's eyes flashed blue again. He used his soul eye to see what he could get out of these idiots. When Ray looked at Adrian, the system alerted that Adrian was a F-rank fighter soul fragment. Condition: feed the host. Ray cast a glance at Ion. The system alerted that Ion was a F-rank warrior soul fragment. Condition: reunite with his younger sister. And then Ray looked at Kuki. F-rank mage soul fragment. Condition to cause fear to pierce through the host's entire body. Ray took a deep breath and realized that Kuki was the only one he could get something with. Kuki was screaming in pain at this time. He begged to let them go, but not to kill them. Ray ran his finger over his dagger and replied that Kuki was talking nonsense. And what good would it do him to have them alive? Kuki was confused and asked what he was talking about. Ray started listing eyes, blood, organs. He said he could just cut them up and sell them for parts. Then he looked at Kuki with a smile and said that this way, he would get his $50,000 back and the interest would be covered in no time. Suddenly, Ion started yelling at his boss that Ray was bluffing and shouldn't believe him since he wouldn't do such a thing to them. Ray thought at this point that of course he was bluffing. He needed the money. and he wasn't sure he could get to the organ sellers. However, he wasn't going to backpedal, so he told this gang that they weren't going to give him the money, so he would take it himself. Fear overcame Cookie. He asked for Ray to calm down, and he'd do anything to keep them from being killed. Cold sweat rolled down Cookie's forehead, drops of sweat mixed with drops of tears. The system alerted that Cookie was experiencing a fear that penetrated him to the bone. All the conditions for extracting a fragment of a F-rank mage's soul were met. A green vessel with a cap appeared, and the system notified that the mage soul fragment had been retrieved. In that same second, the chains released the entire gang, and they tumbled to the ground with a tremendous clatter. While they were trying to recover from the pain, Ray came over and provided them with papers to sign. After reading the papers, they were all incredibly angry. Cookie shouted that it was a real extortion since 90% of the loot went to Ray. Ray looked at them with sparkling eyes and asked if they had anything against it. Out of fear, they all answered that they had nothing against it. Ray collected the documents with signatures and told them that they were now his obedient employees. And he warned them that if they dared evade the terms of the contract, he would personally come and take his share. And lastly, he said he knew someone was ratting them out, so he asked that they give him contacts. After saying that, Cookie got really angry and started asking why Ray needed this. Ray replied that newbies like them couldn't possibly have weapons like that, which meant they were working for someone who had fitted them with such equipment. Suddenly, Cookie fell to his knees, grabbing Ray's hands and begging him not to go to the boss, because if he found out they lost, he'd flatten them to the ground. Then Ray pinned him to the ground with his boot and said, "Which means they're more afraid of the boss than they are of an operation to remove their organs without anesthesia." Ion couldn't stand it any longer. He gathered all his strength into a fist and ran, shouting that he wanted to live. Adrian shouted after him, trying to stop him. Ray looked at him and extended a finger forward, telling him that choosing to run away was a bad option. And at that very second, Ion's body was enveloped in chains. Ray lifted John above his comrades and they began shouting that they would do anything. Then Ray said that he would seize the money and weapons as well. At this time, he was thinking about the fact that even quietly farming a level now can't be done without a stab in the back. But he doesn't even mind. After all, there was no one who could match his strength yet. The system notified that Ray Endo was at level 36, rookie class, Soulsmith subclass. Title Conqueror Novice. Unique feature increases attack power by 50% when attacking a boss. Soon night fell, and something very interesting was going on in one of the circus tents. There were gymnastics rings that were blazing with fire, and in the very center of the stage, a guy named Roku was beating up a man. Roku delivered so many slaps and punches that blood spurted from the man's wounds and he fell to the floor. The people who were sitting in the cage next to him asked, "One more?" They felt sorry for the man. They thought he was unlucky. Meanwhile, Roku shook the dirt off his palms and said that they couldn't even be trusted with the simplest of jobs. An evil smile appeared on his face, and he asked the man he had beaten if he was ashamed in front of his boss. Suddenly, one of the prisoners in the cage couldn't stand it and started yelling for Roku to stop, as this man could die. Roku turned around and replied with a wide smile that he didn't care, as they didn't want anyone who wasn't useful to the boss. At this point, their boss named Andre came out from backstage and asked what they were talking about. Hearing his voice, Roku turned around and greeted his boss nervously. Andre brushed his hair back with a smile on his face and asked how the discipline class was going. Suddenly, he crouched down next to the injured man and told Rock that he'd gotten too carried away, asking what would happen to the guy if he did break a bone or two. The wounded guy hugged the boss, and Andre said that their guild valued everyone, and even if they let him down once, they didn't deserve to be treated like that. Realizing he had been told off, Roku's hands began to shake, and he apologized to his boss. Wounded looked at his boss with a smile and tears in his eyes and thanked him, saying he promises next time. But Andre didn't let him finish. He pulled a whip from his belt and swung it, hitting the guy right in the face. Blood gushed from the fresh wounds. Andre continued to beat him on the back, saying that such cattle should be treated like cattle. And if the bones break, he'll be useless. But a good whipping won't hurt any animal. After these words, the boss continued to beat him. Suddenly, he was interrupted. 3 guys came into the tent and called out to the boss and saying they were back. Andre turned around and glared menacingly at them, replying that somehow they were fast. Cookie nervously said that they had come to report that a group of 3 people had failed to complete the task. Andre's gaze fell on Cookie's hand. He didn't notice the ring on it and stared at them intently. And after a short pause, Andre asked where the ring he had lent him had gone. Cookie didn't say anything back. Andre started yelling that this ring was far more valuable than his pathetic life. Cookie's face covered in drops of sweat, he bowed to his boss and began to apologize, saying his ring had been taken from him. Then Andre asked what kind of monster it was. Cookie replied that it was a man like a monster. After saying this, the angry Andre hit him in the face with a whip. From such a blow, Cookie was thrown back a few meters. Andre was coming at him and shouting, asking what was even going on in his guild, and why only incompetent jackasses work for him. At that moment, Ion answered that question in his head, thinking that because all the normal guys had gotten away from him. Andre continued to beat up Cookie, saying that a jerk like him was only good for one job. After saying that, he called Roku over. Roku excitedly walked over to his boss and Andre gave him an angry look, ordering him to let Johnny out. A few seconds later, the loud sounds of footsteps were heard. Johnny was loose and coming closer and closer. A huge white tiger appeared in front of Cookie. It opened its maw and roared with such force that the wind shook Cookie. He got very scared and started asking his boss that he wasn't serious about the whole thing. Cookie shouted that it wasn't his fault and that he had always faithfully obeyed all orders. However, Mad Andre smiled broadly and told Johnny it was time to eat. Johnny opened his mouth wide and was about to eat Cookie. The boy tried to get away, but the tiger grabbed his leg. At that moment, Ray jumped off the suspended metal bar and descended towards them. Ray pushed the tiger away from Cookie, and he managed to escape from the tiger's bloodthirsty paws. Ray struck again, and Johnny fell to the floor and whimpered. A worried Andre called out to the tiger, but it didn't respond. Ray looked at Andre and said that this hamster Cookie hadn't paid him the interest yet, and therefore didn't deserve to die yet. Andre at this time ran up to his kitty, who was crying in pain, and started asking where his little guy was hurting. Cookie pounced on Ray and started yelling that he was too late, as the tiger had almost turned him into fodder. Ray smiled and replied that it was not easy to get here unnoticed. While the team was chatting with Ray, an exasperated Andre turned around, pulled out his whip, and struck from the back right at Ray. However, Ray instantly reacted, took out his dagger and cut the boss's whip into several pieces. An exasperated and surprised Andre asked who the hell Ray was and what he was forgetting in his domain. Ray's dagger glinted in his hand, and he replied that he was now their new master. Roku was furious at what he heard. He asked the trio that had they completely forgotten their place and how much the boss had done for them. Cookie started yelling back that Rocky doesn't understand anything. Ion backed up and said that he had no idea how awful Ray was, and he couldn't be denied. Ray smiled and turned to the imprisoned men in the cage. He told them that if they agreed to work for him, he would free them from this circus with this clown. The prisoners could not believe these words. One of them asked Ray if he would really save them from this hell. Ray smiled broadly and replied that he was giving them his word. He added that they would only have to give 50% of the loot, and he in turn will give them tips on how to get through this game. And that's far more beneficial than staying with a sadistic clown. The trio heard this and began to resent Ray for ripping them off for the whole 90%. Then Ray threateningly reminded them that they had tried to kill him. Meanwhile, Andre had already lost his temper, his anger overpowering him. He began to say that Ray had hurt his little Johnny, and now he was going to take his workers. His eyes glistened with rage, and he began to shout that he would send them all straight to the underworld. Andre then pulled out a gold card and said that unfortunately for them, he had this. It was a guild certificate. It confirmed the card holder as the head of the guild and also provided him with all the necessary procedures to fulfill his administrative duties. Ray saw this map and asked what kind of certificate it was. Andre said that the Japanese government must have gotten a lot of insight into what was going on in Moscow. Raz has decided to endow the guildmasters with a document proving their status and power that will help pass this game. Andre smiled evilly as he held the certificate forward and said that he was the law, and he could kill them if it would help him fulfill his administrative duties. Ray marveled at how much innovation there was in their country. He said that if he had that piece of paper, he could create a real money-making empire. Andre looked at him with disdain and said that Ray was an idiot, as he had to be a rank B or higher player to get certified. At that time, Roku brought his boss a weapon, and then Andre said that it didn't matter anymore, since Ray would die here anyway. After saying that, he grabbed a machine gun and started shooting wherever he could, shouting to everyone, Bye-bye, bugs. However, Ray didn't even move. The bullets flew past at an incredible speed without hitting him. Ray took out a fragment of the wizard's soul, after which he activated the skill Soul Barrier. After that, Ray reached forward and a protective field appeared in front of him that bullets couldn't penetrate through. Andre, meanwhile, didn't stop. He kept shooting and screaming that no barrier would stop him. After all, Moscow even launched a nuke during the ice challenge, but it didn't work in the end. Then Ray, standing on the other side of the barrier, asked Andre if he knew why. Why players don't go with firearms on monsters. Andre didn't listen and kept firing. Then Ray wrestled his weapon away from him and began to press the barrier like a wall. The boss found himself pressed against the wall by the barrier, about to be flattened like a bug by a soul. Ray stepped up close to Andre, and Andre found himself pinned down even harder, so hard that the wall behind him was already starting to break. Ray took a step back, and Andre was able to exhale. Ray looked at him disdainfully and said that skills were the weapon of this century. And no firearms trinkets can compare to skills and abilities, it's worth realizing. The prisoners in the cage watched it all and couldn't believe that Ray had defeated the boss. Ray walked up to them and asked if they were thinking of contracting him, since he'd even let this clown in for their fun. The prisoners began tugging on the bars and begging for Ray to let them out and give them a chance to get even with the creep, and then they would be okay with it. Andre heard all this and told Ray that contracting a bunch of people without a guildmaster's license is crazy, and the police won't stand aside. Roku asked his boss to save his strength and calm down. Then Ray asked Andre what he seemed to be ranting about, that you could do whatever you wanted with cattle. Andre remained silent and lowered his head, and Ray let the men out of the cage, and they approached their abuser. Andre and Roku looked up and saw a bunch of angry people who were ready to tear them apart. A real massacre had begun. Ray thought at this time that he had gotten the labor force for nothing, and he could rely on them for a while. So now he could get on with the pressing matters at hand. Ray opened the task window and found that there was a month left, so it was time. Sometime later, one sunny day, Ray arrived at the certified examination site at the headquarters of the Players Association. He was walking down a crowded street, holding a bottle of his favorite drink tea in his hand. Suddenly, Ray heard the guys behind him discussing something about players and ranks. He listened. The guys were saying that players with B rank abilities or even higher could be recruited by the guild and would be heavily sponsored. An annual salary of 10 million. One of the guys told them not to get too caught up in dreaming too much, as only 1% of all players have a B rank. And rank A players in general are only 9 people in Japan. Then one of them laughed and said that he would become the 10th. His friends told him that there was no harm in dreaming, and they laughed too. Overhearing their conversation, Ray thought it had been like 2 weeks since the merging of their world and the world of the game. And initially, many players decided to accept the challenge from the Japanese government to get 100 million. However, the result of such a prank was deplorable. All players are now required to register with the association. Without membership, no one will be allowed into challenges or dungeons. It will be impossible to get rewards either. Replaying those thoughts in his head a few times, Ray decided that those guys had great ambition, and he would have to have zeal like them. As Ray walked around, he noticed someone from the roof watching him. The stalker noticed Ray looking at him, and that's when he threw a road sign at the guy, which hit the sidewalk. The stalker missed a little. Ray wasn't afraid of him, but the people around him were very scared. One passerby exclaimed, "What the hell is going on? Did a road sign fall out of the sky?" Takuo's loud voice could be heard on the roof, calling for Ray, saying that he had finally appeared. Ray looked up and saw Takuo. He told the boy that he couldn't get away from him this time, and jumped off the roof. Ray was surprised and curiously asked Takuo if he too had come here to take the exam. Takuo smiled back. And then Ray asked him if he realized that even with a beginner's punching skill, Ray would be able to blow his head off. Takuo raised his head proudly and replied that Ray didn't think he was the same weakling he was. Now Takuo bragged that he had a new class, the Spearman. Ray laughed out loud and asked him, "Isn't the Spearman a class for idiots?" Takuo was very angry, and he could barely contain himself. He asked Ray what his class was then. Ray looked him straight in the eye and replied with a smile that his class was beginner. Takuo started laughing and asked if such a class even existed or if Ray was noodling around with him. Ray replied that he wasn't lying and his main profession was novice. Takuo then grabbed a road sign and said he would believe him, but only to first demonstrate what the class of the spearman could do. After those words, Takuo struck with his spear. Ray easily dodged his blow and began to approach him. Takuo couldn't understand what was going on. Ray came up close to him and said that he didn't want to get into trouble before the exam, but Takuo had provoked him himself. Ray then waved his hand and sent Takuo flying. The people passing by couldn't understand what was happening. A few meters later, Takuo landed loudly and fell with his whole body onto the sidewalk, breaking the tiles beneath him. Passers-by crowded around him to render aid, and some looked at Ray in shock. However, Ray answered them that it was self-defense and nothing more. After that, Ray went to the association. The girl at the front desk informed him that the fee for providing the exam would cost $8,000. Ray was surprised at the amount and thought it was a real ripoff, but he still had to pay. Then he sat down and waited with his head down. The association worker approached him and apologized with a smile for the wait. Ray looked up and saw the girl in front of him. She sweetly corrected her glasses and told Ray that they were starting the ranking exam. After a while, they came to a huge purple crystal that was floating in the air. Ray looked at the crystal and wondered if that was the whole point of the test. He asked the girl that he just needed to put his hand on the stone. Ray hesitantly began to reach for the huge crystal, and energy from his fingertips was channeled into that crystal. Suddenly, the crystal began to emit a very strong energy, which surprised the girl very much. She couldn't understand what was happening. Because of the energy Ray released, the crystal changed its color to bright blue. The girl was confused. She didn't understand what it all meant and how she should proceed. After a while, the girl banged her palm on the table very loudly and yelled Ray's name. On very strong emotions, the girl informed him that based on the results of the exam, they would classify his abilities into the A-rank category. She also said that Ray may have already heard about it, but players can also change their classes. A master of the sword, a great magician, an archbishop. If Ray only wishes, they, as an association, will fully assist him in doing so. After listening to the girl, Ray replied that he was declining since there wasn't one he wanted among their list of classes. The girl was greatly surprised and asked what kind of class he wanted. Ray advised her not to fill her head with unnecessary information. Then the girl said that if Ray wanted a certain class, it wouldn't be possible to change classes without a special subject, and the association would be able to provide such an item. However, Ray replied that if he needed it, he could get it himself. The girl didn't know what to say to him anymore. Then Ray asked if there were any more questions for him. The girl lowered her head down and asked if he wasn't making things even more difficult for himself. Ray didn't understand what she meant. Then she explained that his power was currently superior to all A-rank holders, and if he refused to sign the contract and change class, then according to the new law, Ray would get rank E. And E-ranked players get a lot of restrictions. For example, they can't form guilds or change class, and by refusing to do so, Ray will make things worse for himself. Ray sighed and said that it wasn't the first time the government had come up with stupid rules. At this moment, he thought that if he needed this guildmaster certificate so badly, he could force one of the B-ranked workers to get it. Ray knew that there was only one class that would be able to fulfill the last test in the game, and until he showed up, Ray wasn't going to change classes for the sake of a checkmark. And so Ray asked the girl that even if he had rank E, and if he passed the last test, he would still get 100 million from the government. The girl replied that she did, and Ray asked her to stop this talk and register it as rank E. She could do no more and agreed, informing him that they would issue him an E-ranked player card. After a while, Ray was walking down the street where a large number of players had gathered. The people around him were shouting the slogan that if one had a C rank, one should safely join their guild. They invited everyone to join their Artemis Guild, starting at rank 0 and above. As he passed by, Ray thought about the fact that callers don't waste time. They'll do anything to attract talent. Suddenly, two pretty girls appeared in front of him, complimenting Ray and telling him that he was strong, suggesting that he join their guild. Then Ray glanced at them glumly and said that he had an E rank. The girls were immediately embarrassed and apologized for disturbing him. Ray realized that if he mentioned the E rank, everyone would immediately look away like a leper. But he didn't intend to work for anyone, so he didn't care. Suddenly, Ray noticed a person in the crowd whose aura was very different from the others. The man noticed Ray in the crowd as well and smiled back at him, approaching him. A man approached Ray, said hello, and asked if he was a man named Ray Endo. Then he held out a card and said it was his business card. Ray took the card to look at it. The name of the guild, Wings of Creation, was written on it. The name was Shinji Saito. Ray noticed that the people around him started pointing their fingers at this man and saying that he was the strongest player named Herd from the Wings of Creation Guild. Then Ray addressed him by the name Herd. The man scratched the back of his head and said it was an old nickname that had been around since the game itself. Ray immediately thought that if he was a local celebrity, he was worth blowing off. So he asked Herd what he owed him. Suddenly, Takuo began to make his way out of the crowd. He shouted that these were the Wings of Creation and they were probably looking for him. Takuo approached Herd from the back and started saying that if they wanted to get the incomparable player, he was willing to join their guild just for a decent fee. Ray at this time thought that once again, this knucklehead was following him. And suddenly he realized that this dumbass had gotten a B rank and the feeling that he was just threatening the examiner. Meanwhile, Herd raised his hands in surprise and apologetically asked Takuo who he was. Takuo was angry that they hadn't heard from him. He took Herd by the tie and said he was going to show what he could do. However, no sooner had Takuo raised his arm than Herd had already twisted him and was pressing him harder and harder, about to break his arm. Takuo began to scream in pain, and Herd said that he didn't want to waste his time on petty things while the end of existence was near. He ordered Takuo to get out of his sight immediately. An offended Takuo went away and said lastly that even if they came crawling to him with pleas for help, he would not help. Afterward, Ray and Herd moved to a quieter area of the cafe. Herd apologized for Ray having to witness such an unpleasant scene. Ray replied that there was no need to apologize, as it's always nice when assholes are put in their place. After saying that, Ray asked what Herd needed, since rank E wouldn't be of any use anyway. Herd asked him to take it easy, and said that Ray had only gotten that rank because he refused to change class. Then Ray said that the association was more talkative than he thought. Herd said that their guild is directly connected to the association, and before the end of existence, each of them must rally for a common goal, even if that information ends up costing a tidy sum. And after saying that, Herd made an offer. If Ray agreed to join the Wings of Creation, they would pay him as much as they paid the association about providing his personal information. Herd discreetly handed the check to the boy. Ray took the paper and was simply shocked at the amount he saw. 10 million! Ray realized that if it were him now, the past him who had worked on the construction site, he would have agreed without hesitation. However, this time, he refused Herd and said that he wasn't really interested in joining the guild. Herd laughed and said that of course it was rude to offer such a talent at such a low price. And then Herd asked, "What about giving Ray information?" He explained that their guild cooperates with many countries, and they are believed to have the most extensive database. They agree to make all the arrangements for Ray and help him find anything he wants. Ray thought about such a tempting offer and asked Herd if any of their sources were those who had managed to get through the game. Herd laughed, spreading his hands, and said it was nonsense, as there was no one in the whole world who had passed the game. Ray got a little angry and replied that since there was no one, then he would definitely refrain from any kind of suggestions. Herd was greatly surprised and said that he would pay for the coffee, and if Ray changed his mind, he could contact them anytime. Leaving, Herd couldn't understand why he had given up so quickly. He concluded that he just didn't want to push the guy around without ruining the guild's image. However, he immediately admitted to himself that it was something else. He was afraid of Ray. His instincts were screaming at him to run and not make the beast angry. Suddenly, Ray spooked Herd. He handed him a piece of paper and told him that if they needed help, they could call. And depending on the fee, Ray would agree to a mission from their guild. Herd frantically took the paper and thanked the guy, thinking in his head, who the hell is he? A short while later, Herd arrived at the headquarters of the Wings of Creation Guild. He entered the guildmaster's spacious office and announced that he had arrived with a report. The girl turned to him with a smile and told him that he had done a great job, asking if he had met the strongest rookie. Herd was visibly nervous, drops of sweat running down his forehead. He replied that he had met this man, and he was a monster. Nervously clenching his palms behind his back, he told me that this was the first time he had met a player who literally instills fear. Suddenly, the guild leader began to emit a frightening aura and asked who was scarier, that newcomer or her. Herd became even more nervous. The chapter embarrassed him, and he stiffened with fear. The head ordered him to relax and took out the document proving Ray's A rank and said that it was obvious enough here. Herd exhaled a sigh of relief and apologized to the chapter. The chapter asked him not to apologize, since he had told what he had seen with his own eyes. And besides, she's the most inexperienced of the 10 excellent ones. No wonder there are people much stronger than her. She is the head of the Wings of Creation Guild, and her name is Yamagata Tsukino. The 10 great ones are the strongest players in the game, 10 players who can compete for the $100 million prize. In a world where the game has merged with reality, they are the ones who have gained power, and even their presence affects the balance of power between countries. Tsukino asked, since Herd had returned alone, did that mean Ray had turned down their offer? Herd got pretty emotional and started telling me that he wasn't interested in their information database or the $10 million check. Tsukino replied thoughtfully that if Ray was actually the 10th, he might not make that kind of money. Then Herd said that if Ray is really the 10th, he doesn't understand why he clings to the rookie class so much. It's a useless class. After all, if Ray had agreed to a rank upgrade, he would have unlocked items that boosted his stats. Such items are simply not available to regular players. Tsukino smiled and replied to Herd that she appreciated his assumptions. However, if what he said was true, Ray isn't just one of them. He could be the last unknown of the 10 great ones. Herd was surprised at such musings and asked if Tsukino meant that Ray was number 1. Tsukino explained that thanks to American intelligence, it was possible to find the 9 strongest players and rank them according to their strength. But they never found the number 1 man, thinking he didn't exist at all. Tsukino also revealed that there were rumors that the U.S. was deliberately hiding the number 1 so that his power would only be in their hands. Herd fully supported the chapter and said he was of the same opinion. However, when he met Ray, he became convinced that this guy could very well be number 1. Tsukino got up from her chair and confidently placed her hands on the table and said that since that was the case, they had a good chance of winning. The girl went to the window and ordered that Herd give the guild members a message. Any aggressive and malicious actions towards Ray would be severely punished. Getting close to the window, Tsukino said it was best not to cross the dragon's path unnecessarily. Herd listened to all the instructions and promised to carry them out and to warn everyone. After a few weeks, Ray was able to rent an office in an apartment complex. It became the headquarters for him and his employees. Ray was admiring the view from the window, and suddenly one of the workers called out to him. The guy asked how best to hang the TV, a little to the left or right. Ray replied that they could hang it however they wanted. At this time, Cookie brought a suitcase filled with money and said it was the proceeds for today. Ray took the wad of money, his eyes shining with happiness. He asked how the group pumping was going. Cookie replied that everything was going according to his recommendations. He said that right now groups are still pumping in the underground waters, making 1 million in a day. And even the newbies are making 10,000 a day or more. Cookie started jumping with happiness and saying that he had never dreamed of such money, and it was all thanks to Ray. Ray frowned as he adjusted the money counting machine and said he'd told them, hadn't he? If they get rich, Ray gets even richer. And Ray also said that Cookie and the others might as well earn a bonus for doing so well. At this time, Cookie thought that even though he was giving Ray 90% of his earnings, the bonus was still high. If he worked in a normal guild, he wouldn't even earn that much in a year. Ray was admiring the money, but Cookie did remind him that there were 10 days left until the end of the land challenge. And the prize money had gone from 100 million to 400 million. Ray replied that that was true, but he didn't want to be in any particular hurry. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by the breaking news on the television. The reporter was telling us that the land trials were in full swing, and if nothing is done, Japan will be destroyed in 10 days. The anchors reported that the situation had not improved in 47 days. Suddenly, a letter was brought to the anchorwoman right on air. The girl read the letter and said that the Japanese government sent this. Appeal to all players. At the moment, the reward for passing the land test is 1 billion. The presenters began to discuss that it seems the government is completely desperate, hoping that there will be someone who can prevail before the end begins. Ray pondered and said that if we keep dragging this out, foreign guilds will flock to this reward. So it's time to save Japan. Ray picked up his clothes and announced that he was leaving. Cookie was surprised and asked if Ray was going alone. Ray smiled and replied that he couldn't possibly endanger his money hamsters. The employees immediately blurted out their feelings and almost cried. However, Ray created an evil aura and said, "You want what you want, he's the only one who will get the billion." Then it became clear to Cookie and everyone else what the real reason was. And it wasn't a concern for them at all, just a desire to make money. After a while, a crowd of people gathered at the huge gate. all of them eager to save the world and make money. Ray was also heading toward that gate. Herd was among that crowd, and he was just calling Ray. And turning around, Herd spotted him and greeted him, saying that Ray had come after all, and that was a very good thing. However, Ray passed and said that he had no intention of cooperating with them. Herd was confused and replied that it was a great pity, as he wanted to discuss the money issue with him. The words about money, of course, interested the guy. Herd offered him to carry the luggage, and they would pay 100 million for it. Ray wanted to see the luggage. Herd led him to a warehouse where there were a bunch of military large backpacks. He said he wanted Ray to deliver the load to his comrades. Ray was confused by such an offer, just for shipping 100 million. So he decided to see what was in those backpacks. Herd replied that there was food in there. When he opened one of the backpacks, Ray made sure there was food in there. However, he was interested in something unusual. Ray pulled out a baggie, and Herd explained that they were chocolates, their head's favorite food. Also, Herd explained that their camp is located on level 5, the deepest part of the Earth test dungeon. But conquest is a long process, so their squad is running out of food. Ray said bluntly that it smacks of ulterior motives. Since just for shipping they are willing to pay 100 million, they could have found someone else instead of waiting for him. Herd smiled and replied that he wished he could object and say that the guild was just being very generous. But Ray was right. And so Herd revealed that they had already sent 39 groups to the 5th level, but in the end, the groups never made it to the end of the route. Ray asked, "What do you mean they didn't make it?" At this time, he thought, is the test of the land different now than it was in the game? Herd, meanwhile, had been watching the fellow closely and had come to the conclusion that he definitely knew something. He told Ray that regarding the differences, their recon team had determined that this dungeon remained the same in structure as in the game. But none of the remaining players can reach the depths of the dungeon, and those who were able to do so are already there, waiting for supplies. Ray turned around and was about to leave, but Herd started yelling that he was the only one who could get to the guildmaster at the moment. The guy came up to the luggage and said that they were short of workers, but since he was getting paid, it was a sin to complain. Ray slung his backpack on his back and checked with Herd that if he delivered the load quickly, he could hope for a speed bonus. Herd smiled embarrassedly and promised to clarify the matter right away. Ray thought about how much he could get from this guild. Herd ended the phone call and said that he had been told that if Ray delivered the shipment within a day, he would be paid an additional 50 million. That was fine with the guy. Ray went on his way and told Herd in parting that he could do it in an hour, not a day. A little later on the 3rd level of the Earth test, 2 people were standing in front of a huge monster, and behind their backs lay the slain. Suddenly, a huge grasshopper struck, but the guy managed to stop this attack. He held back the monster's paw and held on with his last strength. The guy's body was shaking with tension. He shouted to the girl to leave immediately, but the girl could not leave him in trouble. The guy smiled and thanked her for all she had done, but told her to leave as she had to save herself. The girl started crying and screaming loudly at the guy, calling him by his name Michael. She couldn't stand the fact that he was sacrificing himself. At that time, Ray ran past them and chopped the monster into several pieces in one move. Michael scrambled off his feet and fell to the ground. He couldn't believe that he was saved. The girl began to thank Ray for saving their lives. However, before they could blink, Ray had rushed very far away. This surprised the guys as they didn't even get to talk to their savior. Ray continued to be carried at a great speed through this dungeon. He wondered if the monsters were over. After a while on the 5th level of the Earth test, Ray was running through a long cave and suddenly stopped. He looked at his watch and said he'd done it even faster. It's the easiest money he's ever made. Suddenly, a man appeared and marveled that someone had managed to get to level 5. He immediately assumed it was Ray. Ray confirmed his identity and asked if the man was a member of the Wings of Creation Guild. The man confirmed it, and Ray handed him the backpack. Ray said he delivered the shipment on time, and so he is waiting for his delivery payment. The man replied that the case had been assigned to him, and he had already wired the money because Herd had assured him that Ray would handle the assignment quickly, so he hadn't waited. Ray pulled out his phone and checked his account. He had a transfer from the guild of 150 million. He thanked and said that he was always happy to cooperate. The man turned to his team and said that they had waited so long for this, and now the food had arrived. The boys immediately pounced on the backpack and started grabbing food. They called Ray their savior as they thought they were going to starve to death. Ray watched from the sidelines and told the man that their situation was so-so. The man replied with sadness in his eyes that it was. He said that they had lost many in the conquest. Suddenly, scouts came running up and shouted that monsters were coming and that they had to run away. The man said they wouldn't get them here and should calm down, but he noticed that the scouts were very tired and asked what had happened to them. Suddenly, there was a very loud sound that made them all cover their ears, and after that, a huge ball of dust appeared. A huge number of dragonflies with sharp noses, burning red eyes flew towards them. Ray immediately realized that it was a swarm. However, strong streams of fire came from somewhere. The guy was surprised by it. Tsukino was already standing behind him with sword in hand, and with her fire attacks, she was destroying the monsters that were flying towards her team. Ray looked at her closely and realized that she was using the secret technique of a special elementalist class flame of destruction. He didn't know that there were already those who had mastered this class. Tsukino straightened out all the bugs and stepping on the last one, she told Ray that she was glad to have such an encounter. The girl thanked him for daring to take on a mission from her guild. And after saying that, she introduced herself as the head of the Wings of Creation Guild, Yamaga Tsukino. She suggested that Ray work hand in hand from now on. Ray began to emit a strong aura, but when Tsukino began to approach him, he too felt a strong aura emanating from her. Tsukino looked him straight in the eyes and her aura was literally staggering in its power. However, as the girl stepped closer to Ray, she stumbled and almost fell. Tsukino laughed and immediately apologized, explaining that she hadn't eaten anything in a long time, so her legs weren't holding her up at all. Ray said that he had heard that they were out of supplies, but that this was the first time he had heard that they were starving. At this time, behind his back, a real canned food fight was going on among the crew. After a while, Ray and Tsukino decided to continue their conversation in the tent. The guy asked her if she was the strongest among her squad. Tsukino replied that she was. Tsukino was finally able to enjoy her favorite chocolates and revealed that although she was the last in strength, she was a member of the 10 excellent ones. At this time, Ray was enjoying his favorite tea, and he was surprised by such a marvelous name, 10 excellent. He asked what it was. Tsukino got angry, jumped up from her chair, and slammed her palms on the table and started shouting that the name wasn't strange, and it's the name of the top 10 players who are in the top 10 with the time of the game. And that was the name the government had given them. Ray remained calm and asked how the government had managed to calculate their strength. Tsukino said that the data on the strongest players was obtained by U.S. Special Services. However, they still haven't been able to find a player who is first in the rankings. The girl also said that a dozen great players are sponsored by the government and asked if they weren't interested in him. The words about sponsorship interested Ray, and he asked how much the government was paying them. Tsukino replied that it usually depends on the country the player lives in. In Japan, it is around 1 million. And that's when things started to make sense to Ray. Now he understood where that first million had come from. In his head, he was very angry because people like this caused him to become a gambler, eventually almost losing his life. Ray realized that if he was still number one, it was worth keeping it quiet, since if anyone found out, there would be no avoiding trouble. That's why he told Tsukino that 1 million is some kind of pittance, since even the reward for passing the test of the land is much higher. The girl replied that the amount may not be significant, but the biggest money is being made by those who know anything about playing this game. And that's because no one's ever been able to defeat the local boss. Ray then asked that even if she was one of the top 10 players, Tsukino couldn't beat him. The girl replied that no matter how strong she was still an ordinary person. Tsukino explained that if she had the level and equipment of her in-game avatar, maybe she could do well. But in the current situation, it was unlikely that she would be able to prevail. Ray stood up and said that he had accomplished the mission, and if they needed help, they could go to him, and depending on their fee, they could make a deal. The guy headed for the exit, pondering that now it was time to kick the ass of the boss living on this level, since 1 billion wouldn't earn itself. Suddenly, Tsukino jumped up and started asking for Ray to stop. She shouted loudly and asked that they defeat the local boss together. The crew heard this, and they didn't like it. They started shouting that they could do it without Ray, and they didn't want to mess with that weirdo. Tsukino turned to them and reminded them in a gruff tone that any aggressive actions towards Ray would be severely punished. The team members quieted down and the girl said that she understood their displeasure. However, she didn't want to lose anyone else. All of the team members immediately had flashbacks of fighting the boss. Tsukino tried to overpower him with hellfire. However, the defenses had already been breached and her team members were unable to fight. The girl ordered everyone to retreat, and those who could still move tried to help the wounded. Then one of the team members told her that if they retreated, she might get hurt. But Tsukino gave the retreat command to avoid more casualties. Suddenly, one of the warriors held back the boss attack and told Tsukino to leave, while he held back the monster. The girl didn't want to leave and told him to go with everyone else. However, the warrior disobeyed, and the monster destroyed him before Tsukino's eyes. She watched this and couldn't even move from her seat. So now Tsukino treasures even the life of even one person on her team. She wants to keep everyone. The girl told her team that she believes that together with Rei, they can avoid big losses. She began shouting to her warriors that mopping up the land test and restoring the balance of power in Japan was all they could do to honor their fallen comrades. Suddenly, Tsukino was approached by Rei and told that it was a heartwarming speech and he was touched, but she could have done without being so crucified. He turned around and said with a smile, "Because he himself is able to overpower the boss alone." Rei walked out of the tent and Tsukino thought, what an ego this guy has. But what if he's number one? She wondered if they were wrong about him and how Rei was going to fight alone. She wondered if they were wrong about him and how Rei was going to fight alone. So Tsukino ran to catch up with Rei and said that Rei had talked about her being able to go to him for help. She shouted after him that she was ready to hire him as part of a group to conquer the boss. Rei immediately stopped and thought he could finally smell money. He turned around and replied that he felt like she needed more than just defeating her boss, but something else as well. Tsukino said that she realized that they were asking for something exorbitant, so they were willing to pay compensation for the inconvenience. The words about compensation made Rei's eyes shine. He said that 10 million from each member of the group would be great. And on top of that, Rei set conditions. 1, they pay the advance. 2, they don't tell anyone what they saw in that fight. The team was furious at the demands. Rei said that they wanted everyone to survive and defeat the boss, so that was the price. Tsukino smiled and replied that she agreed. The team members started shouting, trying to stop her. The angry girl turned to the team and ordered everyone to listen to her. She told everyone to listen to Rei and help him win. Meanwhile, Rei wondered how much money this guild had, since it had so easily agreed to 10 million per person. A while later, they all set off together and stopped when they saw something terrible. A huge number of flying monsters were moving towards them. The guild members began to panic. Rei assumed an attack pose and told Tsukino that he could slaughter all those things for their money. However, the girl smiled and replied that she could handle them herself. Tsukino finished her chocolate bar and started laughing evilly. She used the all-consuming fire technique again. The monsters were literally being burned alive. Rei watched and thought it was pretty good. The team was proud of their leader. The girl finished, put down her sword, and told Rei that they could now continue their journey in peace. Rei looked at her and couldn't believe that this girl had been eating chocolates 10 minutes ago. He held out his phone and told her the advance had been deposited into his account. And now he's ready to pass Japan's first test with them and end this dungeon once and for all. A little while later, Rei stood quietly while the team members and Tsukino fought the monsters. During this battle, one of the team members asked the head if she was even sure about this guy. After all, considering how much she paid him, they expected more from his fighting skills. He's just using the usual attacks, that's all. Tsukino smiled and replied that wasn't exactly true. She told the man to look at the monsters Rei had killed. There were no visible injuries on them, however. They were definitely lying dead. Tsukino argued that this was what proved his skillful skills. She noticed that Rei didn't even try to dodge, and his punches weren't exactly original. The only thing that was interesting to her was what Rei would show Rei in the room of the boss himself. After a while, the team arrived at the 5th level before the entrance to the boss room. Rei noticed how the team members shuddered at the mere sight of this entrance. They clearly had bad memories of this place. Tsukino stepped forward and encouraged her warriors, saying that they must avenge their fallen comrades. She told them to use the most powerful blows they possessed as soon as the door opened. The gate opened. Tsukino raised her sword up and ordered the team to advance. They rushed in with a shout. The huge spider was in the middle of the room, surrounded by its web. The team approached him closely, Rei keeping to the side. The monster opened its eyes and the system informed them that the boss of the 5th level of the Earth test, the cinnabar spider, was in front of them. Tsukino immediately used Hellfire to incinerate the monster. The rest of the team used Fire Fist and Phoenix Fury. Due to so many fire blows, an explosion occurred, engulfing the monster in flames. The team looked at this explosion and began to rejoice that they were able to defeat the monster. However, Ray said that wasn't true. The monster was still alive. And in that very second, the spider strikes so hard, forming a flash and throwing all the team members in different directions. The monster's web shone with a bright blue color, and having received so many attacks, there wasn't a single scratch on it. Tsukino didn't understand how this was possible. She was sure that insect-like monsters were weak to fire damage. Ray replied that she was right, but the power of their blows was so small that they were incapable of damaging him. At that moment, the spider started shooting a huge amount of web directly at Tsukino. The girl managed to dodge the attack. She landed on one knee and warned her team to beware of the web, for if they got caught in its web, it would be very difficult to get out. Ray was standing behind the backs of the two guild members at this time and noticed the cobwebs flying in their direction. He immediately grabbed them and flew off with them, dodging the monster's attack. Ray then dragged them away from the spider and threw them on the ground. The guy smiled and apologized to Ray for having to cover them. Ray looked at him and replied that he shouldn't apologize, because if they died, his reward would decrease. That's why he was saving their asses. And Ray also added that they can keep getting screwed over, and then for each such prank, they will have to pay another 1 million on top for each one. Ray realized that he could keep dragging out the fight, making another million each on their stupidity, but their guild was tied directly to the government. And if he continued to act like this, he could get himself into trouble in the future. Ray stood at the top and decided to apply the Eye of the Soul. He glanced at Tsukino, and the condition of receiving her soul fragment surprised him. The condition was to make the bearer experience the greatest surprise of his life. However, Ray decided it was worth the risk. He immediately took his dagger in his hand and flew straight at the spider. With one strike of his dagger, Ray was able to cut off one leg of the monster. The spider immediately turned its attention to him and directed its attacks at Ray. The monster swung its huge paw and was about to strike. The spider released so much webbing that there was a light explosion. Tsukino covered her face with her hand due to the large amount of dust along with the cobwebs and started screaming and calling for Ray. The girl was very frightened and thought that everything was of course, and their last hope was dead. However, Tsukino heard Ray turn to the spider and ask him if he really tried to kill it with such force. The girl got very excited. Ray managed to stop the attack of the huge spider with just one hand. The system notified that he was using the spirit power skill. The required item to activate the skill was any rank E soul fragment. The team members couldn't believe their eyes that Ray had survived and was blocking the boss's one-handed attack. Ray grabbed the monster by its paw and began spinning it around at breakneck speed. And then with an incredible force, he threw the monster back a few meters, forming a rut. The guy immediately approached the monster, and after examining it, said that the weak point of this spider was its abdomen. Ray stabbed his dagger with great force and released a strong energy that flowed through that monster's entire body. The team members began to cheer and shout that Ray had defeated the monster. However, the guy asked why they thought that, since the fight was just beginning. And suddenly, at the same moment, a huge amount of red liquid began to come out of the spider's wound. The guild members assumed battle stances and began to shout that this monster had changed its appearance. The spider's wounds healed, its paws turned red, and the monster's aura became much stronger and brighter. The guild members watched the spider rise to its feet. They couldn't understand why it didn't die. After all, the ray had hit it on its weak spot. The spider rose from the ground, its eyes glowing a bright red color, and it was now several times larger. Ray explained to the entire team that the cinnabar spider has 2 stages, and in the second one, it becomes much stronger and more ferocious. One of the team members got angry and started asking why Ray hadn't warned them about it sooner. Ray stretched his arm forward and began to use the soul thread skill, saying that they wouldn't be able to do anything with this information anyway. After that, the guy started to fly towards the monster, and long golden threads stretched behind him. Ray began to wrap thread around the spider from all sides and prepared his dagger in one hand. He rose above the spider and pulled the threads tighter. The system alerted that the soul sizzling skill could be activated. The required level is 40. Tsukino saw what was happening and immediately ordered her team to run for cover as it was dangerous to stay there. Ray raised his hand up and swung his dagger, telling everything around him to blaze with sizzling fire. Flames engulfed the spider boss and he began to squeak in pain, the fire burning him alive from the inside out. Tsukino turned around and couldn't believe he had succeeded. She realized that Ray's fire was much stronger than hers. At this time, Ray calmly stood still and looked at the monster with a serious expression. The happy guild members couldn't be happy that the battle was over and they were all still alive. Suddenly, they noticed a huge block of diamonds. They knew that valuable loot fell out of monsters, but they didn't expect a stone of this size to fall out of the boss. Ray immediately ordered them to stay away from the diamond. The guild members shouted that he was making fun of them, having already taken a lot of money from them, and now he wanted to take the loot for himself. Ray called them idiots, and then Sukino noticed that there were paws sticking out of this gem and moving. Ray explained to them that the boss of the Earth test had turned from an obsidian spider to a vermilion spider, and this is his perfect form. The crew members almost went crazy. They couldn't believe that the monster was still alive. Ray ordered them to stop talking and prepare for battle. The monster used a magic attack and lifted all the people into the air, throwing them in different directions. Tsukino tried to keep her balance and warned her team that this monster's attacks on the area had become much faster and more powerful. Ray ran up to her and told her not to get distracted, but to take the squad and get them out of there if they wanted to survive. Tsukino asked him what he was going to do. Ray replied that it was obvious he had decided to deal with the monster himself. The monster attacked relentlessly, but Ray dodged each one with incredible speed. He told the girl that in this phase, the boss attacks indiscriminately and won't rest until all the players are killed. And while they have the chance, they should run. Since it's one thing to dodge his attacks, but quite another to overpower him. Ray approached the monster's paw and stabbed with his dagger, trying to cut off the paw. However, there wasn't a scratch on his paw. Ray had assumed that even the infernal dagger was incapable of injuring him, so he decided to hit it at its weakest point. Ray rose above the monster and flew toward it with great speed. The system reported that the soul reserve had been activated. The guild members watched this and couldn't understand what he was doing and if he didn't value his life. Ray stopped above the monster and began to bait it with his aura, waiting for that very moment. At that moment, the monster pierced him with its tentacle, blood splattering in all directions. Ray winced in pain. The guild members were shocked at what they saw. Sukino got scared and started screaming Ray's name. Suddenly, Ray laughed loudly and shouted that caught that monster at last. The spider darted its eyes around in horror and fear, realizing what was about to happen. Ray grabbed his dagger and used the soul-chopping skill. He inflicted thousands of cuts to the monster with just one strike. The spider's body shattered into pieces and scattered in different directions. Ray also began to fall to the ground. With a huge rumble, the stone pieces in Ray's body fell to the ground, forming a pit. An exhausted Ray lay on the ground and thought about the fact that he knew it was going to hurt like hell, but if they didn't heal him, he was definitely going to die. The system alerted that there were 3 seconds left to recover, and if Ray didn't recover his health within that time, his soul protection would be removed and he would die. The guild members gathered around Ray and began to apply higher healing, elemental healing, and restoration. Ray woke up and told Tsukina that thanks to her support, he didn't have to use his skills to recover. The guy probed his wound and said that their treatment was certainly excellent. An angry Tsukino asked him if he had planned this all along. Ray looked her in the eye, smiled, and said that they were all playing a game together after all. And it's not like a player can die so easily from a normal boss attack. Ray continued to smile stupidly. Tsukino got angry at such irresponsibility. She started yelling that they were in reality, and it wasn't just a game. Ray replied that he understood, but that the same strategy worked in the game anyway, so it would work in reality, and so it did. Tsukino got even more angry. She almost lost her mind, not understanding at all what this crazy guy was doing. And at that moment, the system alerted that Ray had received a soul fragment of a rank D swordsman. The condition was to make the bearer experience the greatest surprise of his life. Ray took the fragment and thought he was lucky, as it wasn't a surprise, but rather, it put the girl through a shock. After that, the system started to notify that the land test was successfully passed, and it is necessary to specify the name of the participants who passed this test. There are 5 minutes left until the dungeon disappears. The guild members began to jump with happiness that they were able to defeat the boss thanks to Ray. However, Ray interrupted them and said that before the dungeon disappeared, a decision had to be made on who to enter in the field of participants. He also admitted that although he wanted to take the entire award for himself, he suggested that they take it and then transfer it to his account afterward. Tsukino was greatly surprised and asked why it was Ray who needed them to specifically transfer the reward to him. Then Ray said to them to just imagine how the news would explode, with the news that a test that no one could pass was able to be overcome by an unknown player. And instead, it's easier to say that a famous guild handled the challenge. Then the guild will get glory and honor, and the rewards for the next trials will be hung up as well. In fact, Ray realized that if everyone found out he was involved, he wouldn't be able to make money so easily anymore. Tsukino asked him if he was just worried about money, and as the head of the guild, she can't refuse something like that. But as a human being, she feels like she's appropriating someone else's credit. Ray replied that she wasn't appropriating anything for herself, and she could consider hiring him to subdue the boss for 1 billion. Tsukino agreed, and they agreed that they would announce that it was the Wings of Creation Guild that had passed the test. The system alerted that the record of the participants had been successfully saved. Ray could only hope that no one in the room would reveal his involvement in the test. After all, it's comparable to accusing your own guild of stealing laurels from a poor newbie. The ground test was successfully passed. However, a short time later, a media helicopter flew over the burning forest. The girl correspondent reported through the device that the earthquake has been going on since the morning, and the epicenter was identified underground. The atmosphere was heated. The girl reported that the dungeon was being destroyed, and very soon the players would be teleported to the surface. At this time, rocks were falling on the players in the dungeon. To them, they tried to be extremely careful as everything around them collapsed. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared above them, attracting all the players like a magnet, pulling them to the surface. The system notified that the test had passed and everyone was being teleported. All the guys were extremely relieved and happy to be heading towards the circle to get out of the dungeon sooner. Finally, the players got outside. They started jumping with happiness and rejoicing in the sunlight. They were able to breathe in the fresh air. Ray also breathed a sigh of relief, and at that moment, a huge monument appeared from the dungeon. Tsukino took one look at that and said happily that they really were able to pull off such a difficult task. On this huge monument was an engraving that the test of the land had been passed by a group of heroes from the Wings of Creation Guild. The reporters and correspondents started running towards the guild like mad. It was a big sensation that the test had been passed. They couldn't wait to talk to these heroes. The reporters surrounded the guild members on all sides and shouted that here was this very group that had participated in the conquest. Tsukino looked at what was going on and said that journalists don't even sleep. After that, she turned around. She turned to Ray, asking if he was sure about their arrangement. However, Ray was no longer there, and no one had seen where he had disappeared to. Suddenly, one of the team members handed the girl a note and said that Ray had passed this on for her. Tsukino read the note, which said that if they had any problems and money on hand, they could contact Ray and he would solve any issue. At this time, journalists kept me busy with their questions. They wondered if Japan was safe now. Who struck the final blow? Who managed to defeat the boss? One of the guys started to get aggressive and yelled for the reporters to get off their backs. However, Tsukino asked him to calm down and told him that she would handle it. Tsukino stepped forward and made an announcement to the citizens of Japan. She proudly announced the happy news that they, the members of the Wings of Creation Guild, were able to pass the test of the land. However, Tsukino continued her speech and said that this merit did not belong to their guild alone. Namely, that conquering the dungeon was only possible through the combined effort of all the players. At that time, Cookie pulled up and told Ray that his car was served. Ray smiled and replied that they were right on time. Tsukino continued her speech, saying that she takes this opportunity to thank all those players who weren't afraid of the dungeon and risked their lives. The reporters were very moved by such a speech. They admired Tsukino's modesty and said that this was how the head of the Wings of Creation Guild was. Ray, meanwhile, was riding in the car and thinking about the fact that Tsukino got what she wanted, and he didn't care about popularity. Ray's main concern was that the money would end up in his hands. Too much attention would cause more trouble than good. Ray's insidious thoughts were that Tsukino was the perfect candidate for his face that he could use to cover himself when necessary. After his musings, Ray said he was hungry and asked that Cookie stop somewhere. Meanwhile, breaking news was being broadcast on all channels. It was reported that Japan was no longer in danger of annihilation, since the Earth test has been successfully passed by the members of the Wings of Creation Guild. And Japan is the second country, after the US, that managed to pass the test and keep the country together. A short while later, Rai, sitting in his office, received a notification of a 1 billion yen transfer. Ray's team members heard about the transfer of such a huge amount of money. However, they realized that they should definitely not count on this money. They were going through and masking coins, and one of the guys asked what they were even doing and why they were doing all this. Another of the team shut him up and told him not to ask stupid questions, because if Ray said it, it had to be so. At this moment, Ray called out to the girl Rumi and asked her how his guild's gold farm registration was going. Rumi approached and reported that the registration was successfully completed. However, she hesitantly asked why Ray had made the decision to have her as the head of the guild. Ray smiled and replied that the thing was that only players with rank B or higher could create their own guild. And he's rank E, so that function is not available to him. Rumi became agitated and said that there are still people better suited for the role. Ray looked her in the eye and told her that he had made that choice in her favor because she was the right person for the position. Thanks to Ray, all the members of the Gold Farm Guild were able to raise their ranks to B and even higher. Each member of the guild has their own pros and cons. Although Rumi's earnings are not good, her pluses are that she is very diligent and friendly. And so Ray decided that she was the perfect guild leader. At this time, Cookie came over and said that they were already being discussed all over the internet. A bunch of articles have been written about the fact that there is a new guild gold farm where all members with rank B and above, as well as interviews with the head of the guild. Ray chuckled and said that it was a good thing he had assigned himself the position of head of the office. Cookie wondered why Ray needed a guild, since he could make a lot of money on his own. Ray replied that the main goal is to get as many orders for information as possible. Because the world is not only shaken by catastrophes like trials that affect the whole country, and some trials are more localized, affecting only a certain town or village. And accordingly, only the guild can receive orders to complete such trials. At this time, Rumi came over and announced that they had made a list of all the easier trials with worthy rewards. However, Ray handed her the letter and told her that they would deal with the ordeal first. Rumi looked at it, and her eyes became like balloons. It said a trial in a European-style mansion, and a reward of 5 million. She said that given the complexity, they could find orders where they would be paid a lot more. Cookie was surprised since Rumi had previously been willing to take any job, but now she was starting to care about money. However, Rumi said that if Ray had noticed the ordeal, it meant that the mansion could hold something else besides money. Ray replied that it was. Ray looked the girl straight in the eyes and his aura became visible. He told her that this was an opportunity they shouldn't miss. After a while, Ray was driving in his car and suddenly he received a call from Rumi. Rumi reported that the set assignment was intercepted by their guild, and they managed to negotiate a reward of 5 million yen. Ray replied that this was great news and that he would be on site in 30 minutes. Suddenly, the other phone on the car seat started ringing, and that got Ray's attention. Ray answered the call. It was Yuji. He reported that he had arrived at the indicated position and strange people had entered the house. Ray asked how many people were there and if they had discovered Yuji. The guy answered that there were 5 of them and they hadn't noticed him. Ray then said he'd handle the rest himself and told the guy to get out of there. Yuji was listed in Ray's phone as Golden Hamster number 2. Ending the conversation, Ray wondered what the other players had forgotten there, since the request had been intercepted by his guild. Therefore, he decided to use an illusionary mask to avoid shining his face unnecessarily. The system alerted that to create the item illusionary mask, materials were needed. Ray remembered that he had gotten the soul fragment of a rank D swordsman from Sukuno, after all. The system immediately reported that the probability of success of creating an illusionary mask using a rank D swordsman soul fragment was 0.23%. Ray then asked what if the item was created manually? The system replied that the probability of success in such a case was unknown, and if Ray failed while creating the item, he would suffer physical or mental consequences. The system asked if Ray was ready to create the item manually, and of course he said yes. And at the same second, the system announced that the transition to the Soul Forge had begun, and also that Ray needs to harmonize his soul with the subject, and the likelihood of success depends on how he handles this task. And since the base success rate is below 1%, the difficulty will be increased. The time limit is 60 minutes. Ray immediately got to work. He was shifting and connecting the pieces like puzzles, and he did it with incredible speed. The system reported that time is up and the soul is in perfect harmony. The probability of success is 100%. The transition to the real world is performed. The illusory mask was made thanks to the skill of the Soulsmith subclass. Ray was perfectly happy with the mask and told him to stop the car as it was time for him to get out. He got out of the car, put on a mask, and now people will see him as a different person. Ray walked up to the very huge mansion they had been contracted for. He went inside and saw a pile of corpses. They had been set on fire and the smell of burning still hung in the air. Ray walked past them and down the stairs, thinking that it looked like he was already expected downstairs. As he descended to the lowest point, he noticed that the hidden door was open. Ray realized that they were looking for a hidden test. Depending on the complexity, trials are divided into large-scale and small-scale trials. Large-scale ones are those that involve an entire state. Small-scale ones involve small communities like towns and villages. Well, it is logical to assume that small-scale tests are not so complicated, hence you can't raise a lot of money on them. But even among them, there are exceptions, hidden trials. They arise only in small-scale trials, in secluded corners. Their level of difficulty is much higher than that of small-scale tests and usually has nothing to do with the main test. The best part of these challenges is that you can get rare items. In other words, these challenges can only be found by those who have information about the game. Meanwhile, Ray found another staircase and began to descend even lower. Here he met a team of people dressed in black clothing. They noticed Ray, and one of them took off his hood and asked if Ray was a representative from the Gold Farm Guild. Ray was surprised and replied that he didn't know what the Gold Farm was. Then the man apologized and said that he was mistaken, and afterward told Ray that he could see that he was capable of passing this hidden test. Ray gave him a sullen look and said that he had no intention of undergoing the hidden test for their sake. The man smiled and replied that Ray had misunderstood and that it wasn't necessary at all. And then Ray didn't understand anything at all. Then the man showed him the box and said that the test had already been passed, asking if Ray had come for the evolutionary box. Ray wondered if they had really passed the test and wondered if he really needed the box. At that very second, the man threw the box right into Ray's hands and said that, as a token of their appreciation, they were giving it to him. However, in return, they asked to fulfill their request. Ray asked what exactly they were asking for. The man smiled and replied that Ray needed to keep other people from going through a small-scale trial, and it didn't matter how he did it. He also said that if Ray is an experienced player, he should definitely know how to thwart others. Ray wondered why these people would want to prevent him from passing the test. Suddenly, he said, he realized who they were. Ray asked that, are they really the Dark Guild and want to set up the same thing that happened to Argentina? It happened 2 weeks ago. One of the cities in Argentina, specifically Mendoza, was completely destroyed because no one could pass a simple test. But the whole problem happened a week ago. Shares of companies that were based in Mendoza underwent massive short selling across the board. It was as if someone knew in advance that Mendoza would be wiped off the face of the earth for good. Ray told the man that there was talk that the Dark Guild was to blame. He asked if they'd had enough of Argentina and now they were going after Japan. And then the man told Ray that he could continue to fantasize about the reasons for their proposal, but asked him to answer whether Ray agreed or not. Ray looked him in the eye and replied that he was declining, no matter how tempting their offer sounded. And if it were to choose which one of them would destroy the city, it would be far more profitable for Ray to do it himself than to serve someone else. Then the man replied that it was a great pity and held out his hand and demanded the box back. Also, Ray would have to pay a small percentage for the time he held that box in his hands. Ray asked, "What other percentage?" And then the man looked at him angrily and replied that the interest was in the form of his life. He pulled a syringe of unknown liquid from his pocket and told Ray that he had only 2 choices. Either cooperate obediently or die. Ray immediately drew his sword and asked if they really thought they could overpower him. The man replied that in a normal situation, they would hardly have succeeded, but they had somehow managed to pass the secret test. After saying that, he stuck a syringe in his neck, and the rest of his team did the same. He said that Ray would feel their power on him, and that the player's skills are useless in front of the incredible, powerful force of the Darkest Guild. As soon as the players injected syringes into their necks, their aura turned dark purple, their eyes shining with a bright light. Ray watched their transformation from the sidelines and assumed they were doping. Ray knew that doping affected physical performance, but outwardly they remained the same. However, he didn't understand why they were standing still. Then Ray looked at the box and realized what was wrong. He smiled and decided to play along. Ray then shook the box a few times, and the team leader immediately pulled out a remote and pressed a button. The box exploded. The members of the Dark Guild immediately started laughing loudly and said that Ray was a real idiot if he fell for such a simple trick. And in general, all players are like that. They believe that due to game mechanics, they became an MBA, but remained too naive. The ringleader moved closer to the explosion and kept talking. All he had to do was divert attention to a possible threat and blow up the box. He even felt sorry for Ray, however. He immediately dismissed those thoughts and said that they didn't need such useless ones anyway. At this time, the smoke from the explosion had already cleared, and he noticed that Ray's body was gone and the box was lying on the floor. No one could understand what had happened or where Ray had gone. At the same moment, Ray began to massacre the team members. He used destructive fire and began to burn them alive. The leader noticed that Ray was using an illusionary mask. After dealing with everyone, Ray approached the ringleader, taking off his mask, and said he felt sorry for his friends. After saying those words, he used the soul-capturing skill, and the chains shackled the ringleader in that very second, preventing him from moving. The ringleader kept yelling that it was impossible and asked how Ray managed to survive such an explosion. Ray smiled and replied that he was well aware of the value of the box and certainly didn't believe they had given it away out of the goodness of their hearts. He went to the box, picked it up, and said that it was clear from the beginning that it was booby-trapped. Tormenting himself in chains, the ringleader asked why Ray had picked it up then if he knew it was booby-trapped. Ray started laughing and said that they had underestimated the high-level players, and for them, the blast from such a small bomb was like a breeze in the face. After saying that, Ray started calling Rumi. He told the leader that he would take the money from his wallet for the ruined clothes. The ringleader became frightened and started yelling that it was wrong for Ray to call the police. Ray smiled and replied that he was making the call on a much more important matter. Rumi answered the phone and cheerfully asked if Ray had already handled the test. However, Ray told her to look at the regions in Japan that were buying up shares with more fervor. After all, it was possible that the Dark Guild was doing the same thing to their country as they were doing to Argentina. Rumi immediately set to work, and Ray said that they must not let the tragedy repeat itself. The ringleader at this time started laughing loudly and told Ray that he was a straight-up hero of justice. Ray smiled and replied that he was talking nonsense. After all, the Dark Guild was deliberately collapsing the sales of local companies' stocks by selling them cheaply. And if Ray's people buy them out and he passes the test, how much money will Ray get as if out of thin air? The ringleader got angry and asked if Ray was thinking of going to war against the Dark Guild. Ray replied that if there was a lot of money at stake, he would be more than happy to, well, or they could cooperate with them. The ringleader got even more angry and asked what kind of idiot would cooperate with him. Ray called Rumi and asked if the re-education course was ready. Rumi clarified, the same one that would require a character with re-education? Ray said that was it. Then Rumi said that everything was ready, but they had not yet conducted experiments and did not know how effective such methods would be. Ray smiled and said that he would be delivering the lab rats to them soon, so preparations must be made. After that, Ray opened the box, and the system reported that thanks to the evolution box item, the F-rank mage soul fragment had turned into an E-rank mage soul fragment. Sometime later, Ray, using an illusionary mask, arrived at the Museum of Modern Art. He called Rumi and asked if she was sure that was the purpose of the Dark Guild. Rumi replied that it was accurate information since the ringleader and the rest of the Dark Guild members had confessed to it. However, Rumi said that they unfortunately didn't know how many enemies would be in the territory, and maybe he shouldn't have gone alone. Ray replied that he would figure it out. Ray went inside and ordered that Rumi continue to monitor the stock and let him know if anything happened. A crowd of people had gathered outside the museum, and in the very center, Ray spotted a guy named Takeshi. He was putting an ad on the internet saying he was looking for a group to conquer. No rewards implied, they had to protect the city together. Takeshi shouted that if anyone is interested in participating in the trial, they are free to join. He is the leader of an association for the protection of humanity. Ray noticed that there were quite a few people gathered, over 100 for sure. Takeshi continued to speak his moving speech. It was hard for him to convey his feelings of admiration and pride at how many people had come to defend the city. He thanked each and every one of them. Ray was among the crowd and couldn't believe that so many people had gone to such an ordeal without reward. He assumed that a spy could easily have been in the crowd. Ray wondered if he should find the spy before going inside. He'd already applied the soul eye, but there. Takeshi started shouting that it was time to start the trial. He told everyone not to be afraid and to call for help if they encountered a strong enemy, as the association staff would help everyone. Ray was surprised that they had absolutely no strategy, and this Takeshi was talking such nonsense. However, Ray thought it was only to his advantage. In fact, Ray had already guessed exactly who the spy would turn out to be, but he hadn't yet figured out how to deal with them in the end. Of the 107 players who took part in the challenge, all 106 participants turned out to be spies from the Dark Guild, with the exception of one Ray. Takeshi was actively escorting everyone inside the museum, reminding them of caution and safety. All the players went inside. Ray looked around and thought he looked very expensive. At that same moment, Ray noticed that all the players began to surround him from different directions, holding spray cans in their hands. And suddenly, all the players simultaneously started releasing gas and canisters directly at Ray, forming a huge explosion. However, Ray knew about this trap from the beginning, so he managed to fly upwards above the focus of the explosion. And right after that, Ray descended to the ground, killing everyone who had organized that explosion. There was no chance for them to escape. Having disposed of all of them, Ray said that they were very docile and fearless dogs, blindly raring to fight, not caring about the superiority of their opponent. At the same second Takeshi burst into the hall, he ran frantically and screamed, not realizing what had happened. Ray replied that all these people suddenly attacked him and he had to calm them down. Takeshi said it was some kind of horror and misunderstanding. He asked how Ray was feeling and if he was hurt, and immediately after he said that, he drew his dagger and prepared to strike. However, Ray instantly grabbed that knife with 2 fingers. Takeshi couldn't move and didn't understand what kind of strength Ray had. Meanwhile, Ray threw him back a couple meters and told him that his weapon wasn't even a game item, and Takeshi wouldn't hurt any player with it. At that moment, the rest of the surviving comrades ran up to Takeshi. Ray looked at them and said that this farce was unnecessary since he knew they were all affiliated with the Dark Guild. Takeshi smiled evilly and replied that since Ray knew everything, it was even easier. The other players heard this and asked Takeshi, "What other Dark Guild is there? And didn't the order for this trial come from an environmental protection group?" Takeshi started laughing and replied that that was correct, and the Environmental Protection Group is a business partner of the Dark Guild. After that, Takeshi spread his hands and suggested that everyone just discuss things quietly. He then looked into Ray's eyes and said that their priority was not to kill him, but to protect this place, and he would hate to become enemies. And also, if Ray agrees to cooperate, Takeshi will arrange for him to be paid an allowance of 50,000, maybe 100,000. When the players heard this, they started shouting with discontent that he was offered 100,000 and they were only offered 30,000. And some of them heard about any fee for the first time at all. It made sense to Ray now, and in the past he would have likely fallen for such a scam too, but this time he has to decline. Takeshi was surprised that Ray turned him down and said it was a shame, since now he would have to finish him off. After saying that, Takeshi turned to the players and said that he had a special offer. Only now, whoever kills Ray will get 100,000 on top. The players started running towards Ray at that very second, saying that they would destroy him. However, once they got as close to Ray as possible, he effortlessly used a technique and disarmed them. Upon seeing this, Takeshi lashed out at Ray, saying that he was the former head of the judo club and Ray couldn't beat him. Ray turned around and disarmed the daredevil with 1 knee strike. Takeshi slumped to the floor. Ray immediately applied the soul-capturing skill, binding him with chains. Takeshi couldn't move and screamed in pain. After that, Ray turned around and noticed 2 players hiding. They began to beg Ray not to kill them. Ray figured they might know something about the Dark Guild, and it would be foolish not to take advantage of it. So he told them that he would not kill them if they cooperated. At that moment, Ray called Rumi and told her that he had great news. They would now have 100 new co-guildmates. Rumi was surprised and asked that they now had to undergo re-education too. She warned that few of the 100 would be able to endure it. Ray replied that they were just ordinary rookies, and there was no need to re-educate them. But one head of the Association for the Protection of Humanity definitely needed their courses. And suddenly at that moment, a sword shining with a dark purple aura flew at Ray. However, Ray noticed the attack in time and managed to fly up and dodge such a powerful blow. After that, Ray landed, smiled and looked at the balcony, saying that he was finally out. A stranger with a mask on his face stood on the balcony and asked how long ago Ray had noticed him. Ray replied that he had noticed from the moment he arrived. After all the players who had come were just extras. And Ray also said that the stranger really stood out among these weaklings. And no matter how hard he tried to hide his powers, everyone else just paled in comparison. The stranger wondered how Ray was able to spot him so easily. He drew his two shining swords and pounced on Ray with incredible speed, asking if he could survive a fight against him. They faced off in an uneasy battle, Ray anticipating every attack and blocking it. The stranger was surprised and said that Ray was much stronger than he was in the game, as he parried his blows with a single dagger. Ray was confused as to how the stranger would know what he was like in the game, so he slashed his mask with a single swipe of his dagger. The mask fell off the stranger's face and Ray recognized the man. He never thought he'd meet someone he'd spent time with in the game before the crash. Ray called him by his first name, Yuto, and said he was glad to meet him. Yuto replied that he was sorry it had happened under these circumstances, since he would have to cut off Ray's life anyway. After saying that, Yuto took a pose to attack. Ray, meanwhile, took the mask off his face and asked if Yuto had the strength to cut his life short. Yuto used the activation of the two-blade skill at the same second and started yelling that Ray was leaving him no choice. With incredible speed, he attacked Ray and managed to wound him in the shoulder. Ray recognized that Yuto's skill was really good, but not better than his own. After saying that, Ray activated the Soul skill, and after analyzing it, he found out that his main class was Swordsman with two blades, and there was no subclass. Therefore, Ray realized that the duration of Yuto's super speed, given his level, would soon shorten and Yuto would run out of steam. The battle continued. Ray caught his opponent's momentum and delivered one powerful blow that sent Yuto crashing to the ground, forming a hole underneath him. Afterward, Ray came down to him and told him that Yuto was strong, but his weapons weren't, and he wouldn't cut his life short with those swords. Ray then used the soul capturing skill again and stilled Yuto in chains. Yuto tried to break free and couldn't understand what was going on. After all, for the soul capturing skill to work, they must have a difference in levels. Ray smiled and replied that he was absolutely right, and they had a colossal difference in levels. However, afterward, Ray said that Yuto was one of the best players he knew, and so he offered him to join him, as he would make millions with him, and the Dark Guild was not capable of that. Through the pain, Yuto replied that he couldn't. Ray was surprised and asked why that was so. Yuto replied that he couldn't tell. Then Ray said he should tighten his chains. Yuto screamed in pain from hell that he couldn't tell, and if he did, he'd have to tell. Ray told him to keep quiet and keep talking, but Yuto didn't give up. Then Ray asked him where Hisashi was right now. Yuto almost cried at that moment. At one time, the game discouraged potential players with its complexity. It was not easy for casuals to survive, especially when it came to dungeons. So in this game, it was important to have strong comrades who shared the same outlook on the game. Yuto and his younger brother Hisashi were such companions. The bosses that Ray could easily kill alone, the three of them chopped them down. But when their level difference became too different, they stopped playing together. But Ray kept his contacts in the game. Meanwhile, the guys cooled down and sat down to talk quietly. Yuto said that he hadn't expected to meet Ray under these circumstances. Ray asked where Hisashi was being held after all. Yuto lowered his head and said that he didn't know, and that he wasn't even allowed to see him. Suddenly, Yuto fell to his knees and began to beg for Ray to find out where they were keeping him. Since Ray has the Soulsmith subclass, and he's capable of doing it, Ray sighed and replied that he had that skill, but no longer in the game, but in the real world. He then stood up, walked over to a large expensive painting, and continued his speech that now only money motivated him to work. Ray then turned to Yuto, held out his hand and said that he would have to empty the entire contents out of his wallet. Yuto was as shocked as possible. He put his head down and cried, begging for Ray to save his brother. Ray then asked if he had his brother's personal items with him. Yuto pulled out Hisashi's cap and gave it to Ray. Ray applied the soul search skill and designated Hisashi as the target. The system immediately reported that the target was not detected because the target was already dead. Hearing this, Yuto almost went crazy. He fell to the floor and started screaming that it was impossible. The system also reported that the target killer was Raven. Yuto clenched his hand into a fist and said that he would kill the creep. Ray asked if he knew the man. Yuto replied that he was the one who had taken his brother hostage and forced Yuto to work for the Dark Guild. Yuto's aura glowed with a dark color. He became extremely angry and started shouting that he would kill this animal with his own hands. Afterward, he fell to his knees in front of Ray and promised that he would make as much money as Ray wanted, just so he could help avenge his brother. Ray said that he too was hurt by the news of Hisashi's passing, as he too was like a little brother to him. Yuto looked at him with eyes full of tears and said that then they could go for revenge together. However, Ray passed him by and replied that he didn't have time for that, as money wouldn't make itself. Yuto asked for him to stop, and at that moment Ray got messages on his phone from Tsukino. She asked if Ray had really fought the Dark Guild at the museum, and how he had even agreed to such a thing, and who had paid him. Ray was greatly surprised by such messages and couldn't understand where Tsukino was getting his information about him from. He texted her that it was his personal initiative and asked if there was an order for him. Tsukino replied that the government was looking for people to destroy the Dark Guild's base. The reward is 1 billion yen. Ray was surprised that they were offering 1 billion for a routine elimination, so he asked how she knew about it. Tsukino replied that the government had personally requested the help of the Wings of Creation Guild, so Ray needed to keep the information regarding this mission secret. Ray then asked why she was sharing this information with him if it was a secret. Tsukino got angry and wrote that he wasn't a stranger to her. And Tsukino also said that there were rumors that the guild headquarters held assets worth over 10 billion yen, and if the order could be fulfilled, the government would keep quiet that there was something there. Ray turned to Yuto at the same second and asked if he was aware that Raven might be at the Dark Guild headquarters right now. Yuto was surprised and replied that of course, since Raven was the head of the Japanese branch of the Dark Guild, and it was unlikely that he had ever left his abode. Ray smiled widely and replied that there was a change of plans, and he would help Yuto avenge his brother. And at that very second, Ray sent a message to Tsukino that the Gold Farm Guild would take this order. And so after some time, Ray, along with Yuto, set out to find the headquarters of the Dark Guild. Suddenly, Ray received a message from Tsukino. She wrote that the local police had found the Dark Guild's base, and they were on their way. Ray asked her if their base was on the 12th floor. Tsukino was surprised and asked where Ray got that information from, since they had just gotten that information from the government. Ray wrote that he was personally investigating the Dark Guild, and now he's headed there. In that case, Tsukino asked that Ray help the police since he was already going there, because if the Dark Guild fought back, the police wouldn't be able to handle it. Ray immediately asked what the price was. Tsukino offered 1 million per person for the safety of the Dark Guild members, and also for the safety of the police officers, 1 million per person. Tsukino also promised to discuss these terms with the government, but if refused, the Guild of the Wings of Creation would take payment. Ray agreed to those terms. Ray decided to inform Yuto that the local police were also heading to the Dark Guild's base. Yuto, of course, rejoiced at such news and suggested that they should hurry over to their place sooner rather than later. However, Ray said that he would go alone, and for Yuto to wait here, since the Dark Guild doesn't know yet if Yuto's alive or not. Therefore, Ray decided to hide this fact from them and take them by surprise. Yuto realized the seriousness of this operation and agreed, promising that he would be waiting on the spot. As an admonishment, Yuto asked that Ray be careful, because if the police found them, the guild could set traps all over the building. Ray replied that he would keep that in mind. After a while, Ray approached the building where the base was located. However, the building was completely sealed off and no one was allowed to enter. However, that didn't stop Ray. He lifted the tape and wanted to climb over. But a man stopped him and said that due to a gas leak, the passage to the building was temporarily sealed. Ray replied that the Guild of the Wings of Creation had personally asked him to join in the capture of the target and asked if he had the wrong address. The man immediately apologized for his rudeness and led Ray in the right direction. He led Ray to a room where negotiations between serious men in business suits were actively taking place, and said that a player from the Wings of Creation Guild had arrived. One of the men immediately became aggressive and yelled that no backup was requested. He also looked Ray upside down and said that the slob wouldn't be any use anyway, and they'd handle it themselves. He then turned his back to Ray, and turning around said that he was connected to the people at the top, so his orders were absolute, and that Ray dare not interfere. The man led a whole squad of police officers and gave them orders for them all to go forward. Ray watched from the sidelines and told one of the attendees that this was a bad idea. A few seconds later, there was an explosion on the top floor. Debris started falling on them, and Ray said he had warned them. So Ray had to take matters into his own hands. He used the soul thread skill, and block their floor so that the debris wouldn't collapse and the fire wouldn't continue. The man's eyes stopped in front of his eyes at the debris that was flying at him. He couldn't believe they were saved. Ray then looked around the area and decided it was worth it to save the very male fool and the police officers. He flew in their direction. Ray landed and found the police officers lying motionless on the floor. He thought he was too late. However, at that moment, Ray heard the man coughing and realized that he could still help them. Ray looked at him and said that one man's life was worth 1,000,000 yen, and it would be a waste if he died here. After saying that, Ray wrapped a golden thread around all the police officers and began to pull them out of there, lowering them to the ground. Ray did his thing and said that there was nothing more to do here, and he had to go. The people around him thanked him and couldn't understand who this player was. After a while, Ray came to Yuto and said that he was done with all the chores. Yuto was eating ice cream and said that he had somehow gotten through it quickly. Yuto also handed Ray his favorite tea and asked how it went. Ray replied that the Dark Guild had already escaped and he had only wasted his time. He then stuck a pipe into the tea bag and asked that maybe the Dark Guild had some other base. Yuto replied that he was only aware of one base and had no further information. And also Yuto said that the items the guild lent him, as well as the smartphone, he threw away the same day he met Ray, and they can certainly go back to the museum trial and pick up at least a phone to get some information. Ray said it wasn't worth it though, because then their location would be known. And besides, Ray already knew what to do. The guys continued on their way, and Ray said that it was hard to do criminal business and organize a hideout when you were at gunpoint with the police. And especially when there are cameras all over the city that can easily reveal the identity of any passerby. Then Yuto asked that consequently, the Dark Guild would choose a place with minimal cameras and hard to find. And under this description, some dungeon with low level to pass and low reward would fit perfectly. Ray replied that that was correct, and he had already instructed his army of money hamsters to look for such a place. Yuto was surprised and didn't understand what army he was talking about. Ray rolled his eyes and explained that he was talking about his guild gold farm. He also added that Yuto would of course be part of that team as well. And for that, he would need to work hard and bring in millions. Yuto replied that Ray was not at all ceremonious about it. Suddenly, Yuto had a question, asking if they needed to call his army for backup. Ray replied that it was not necessary. They also have busy schedules and completely different tasks. At this time, the golden hamsters finished disguising the coins, and Ray told Yuto that if he summoned them, he would disrupt their schedule and reduce his profits. At the same second, Ray received a message from the team that there were only 36 dungeons recorded in a month that no one could enter, and 7 of them were in nearby Tokyo neighborhoods. And the only closed dungeon with constantly regenerating monsters is the Tower of Carnage, located deep in the mountains of Chiba Prefecture. The dungeon is located deep in the mountains in the Tower of Carnage. Ray realized that a dungeon where enemies eventually revive was the perfect place for a base. And given the difficulty level of the dungeon itself and the low level of the enemies, no special levels or items can be gained there. The dungeon is a place they wouldn't even think of going to, even given its dislocation. Ray told Yuto that they'd have to go there. Yuto replied that everything was already in place for that, since Ray had asked to take care of it himself, knowing that it wouldn't be a long journey. Yuto then pointed to one of the parked cars and said that this baby would survive the mountain roads safely. The guys got in the car and Ray told Yuto to drive faster and not to worry about speeding tickets since he would solve everything. Hearing such words from Ray, Yuto happily stomped full speed and the car almost flew into the sky. Ray calmly sipped his tea and said that they shouldn't let them leave this time. Yuto replied that he was damn right. The boys continued on their way and were already out of town. The road was quite long. Ray navigated the guidebook and told Yuto to go straight ahead. Yuto replied that there was no further road and asked if he should continue. Ray said he would handle it and ordered Yuto to drive carefully and keep his speed up. Ray put on his illusionary mask and Yuto hit the gas. The car soared over the cliff. Then the car landed on a rocky road, and such a jolt made Ray's tea fall out of his hands, and Yuto was having fun with such adrenaline. Ray used his skill and formed a defense around the car. They continued to roll downhill and even knocked over a tree in their path. Finally, they stopped, and Yuto said they seemed to have a flat tire. Ray got angry and said that he had told him to be careful. Yuto winked and replied that the enemy wouldn't notice them at the foot of the mountain. And besides, he had such a ride at his disposal, Yuto just couldn't help but make the most of it. The boys got out of the car and noticed a huge, beautiful building on top of the mountain. Ray wasted no time and slung his backpack on his back to continue on his way. Yudo walked forward, but Ray stopped him and asked him if he had forgotten anything. Yudo took a deep breath and said that it was cruel to carry heavy luggage after driving like that. However, Yudo had no choice. Ray said that the backpacks contained weapons, since the two of them were going up against an entire organization, and they needed to have an arsenal with them. The boys climbed up the rocky mountain, and after a while the system reported that they had arrived at the Tower of Carnage. Ray, along with Yudo, hid behind the trees to assess the situation at the tower gate. They noticed that there were 5 armed guards at the gate, but they did not exclude the possibility that there were others nearby. The guards were smoking cigars and discussing that it would be a good idea if a woman were brought to them now. But no girl would come to a place like this. One of the guards started laughing and said that even if some idiot showed up there, he would do anything to him since he no longer had the strength to endure it. The guards all started laughing loudly, and Ray asked what kind of scum they'd recruited for security. Yudo said that he had seen those idiots at the last base. Ray replied that that meant their assumption was correct. Ray also said that they could attack them right now, and checked with Yudo about their security situation. Yudo said that the past base was disguised as an office that was rented in a multi-story building, but this one is different. Ray looked around the area and noticed that the bridges to this dungeon were all destroyed, and the dungeon itself was shrouded in a barrier. The only way in was through a gate. That's why they put strong soldiers at the gate, because by guarding the gates, you can completely protect yourself from intruders from outside. However, Yudo said not to relax, as in addition to the guards at the gate, there might be others nearby. And at the last base, it was an entire hidden unit of 30 people. Ray then clarified how strong this unit could be. Yudo replied that it was no stronger than them. But as far as he knows, there are 3 players in the Dark Guild who are equal to or even stronger than Yudo. Their names are Jack, Kuroki, and Raven. Yudo visibly became nervous and said with a cold sweat on his forehead that these 3 would be the hardest to deal with. Ray smiled and replied that it would be even more fun with 3 players of equal strength. Yudo looked at Ray with relief and said that since Ray was so optimistic, he was relying on him. Ray said it would be a shame if that trio ran away while they were fighting these little brats. Since there's a 1,000,000 yen reward for one Dark Guild member, so it's advisable to block the exit to avoid losing profits. Yudo asked in surprise that did Ray really come here for money? Ray replied that it couldn't be otherwise. However, Ray added that it wasn't just about the money, as if they didn't block that exit, the criminals might get away, including Raven. After saying those words, rage swept over Yuto. He said that they needed to block the exit by any means necessary so that no creature would slip through. Ray agreed and said that the Wings of Creation could be enlisted for backup. However, if one were to contact Tsukino directly, there's a chance that the Dark Guild might find out about their plans. Then Yudo said that he would have to hold them back until the Guild of Creation Wings arrived, and asked Ray if the 2 of them could handle it. Ray smiled widely, looked him in the eye, and said so. Yudo didn't even doubt it. Ray then wrote a message to Tsukino that he had discovered the 2nd base of the Dark Guild. It was urgent to send the strongest players who could help in the blockade, and also the fact that there might be a spy of the Dark Guild in Tsukino's guild could not be ruled out. So Ray asked her to send only those she trusts as herself. Ray then said that after sending the message they could begin. Yudo took a pose to attack. Ray started the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, and on the count of 1, Ray pressed send. Yudo activated the super speed skill at the same second. Yudo flew up to the guards and started disarming them one by one. The guards couldn't even realize what was happening. After straightening everyone out, Yudo said that this heavy backpack had reduced his speed. Then he looked at Ray and said that in that case, he couldn't blame him for being slow. Ray threw off his backpack and told Yudo not to whine, as it was time to pull out their weapons. He opened the backpack, picked it up, and started spinning at an incredible speed. Thousands of those same disguised coins spilled out of the backpack. Ray then sighed and said that everything was ready. All that was left was to wait for them to come out. A security camera spotted Ray and Yuto and alerted them that there were intruders on the premises and they needed to be eliminated. Many soldiers immediately ran out of the tower. Yuto grabbed his backpack and Ray said, "Here comes his millions of yen running straight into his hands." This amused Ray a lot. He looked at Yuto and said that it was time to earn money. Ray then activated the coin blast skill. There was an explosion that caused the soldiers to start burning. Ray looked at it and said that just as he thought, The weak explosion made everyone fall immediately. Some managed to survive. One of them warned the others to be careful, as they could not see anything because of the smoke, and the enemy could attack at any moment. At that same second, Ray threw a punch and said with a smile that they were very savvy boys. He then looked at Yuto and said that he was doing pretty well, and had already destroyed 10, and one of those was worth 1,000,000. Yuto smiled broadly and replied that he was just getting started, and the most fun was just ahead. However, at that moment, Ray was attacked from behind by one of the warriors. Yuto started yelling that there was an attack from behind. However, before Ray could even blink, Yuto had already cut the enemy apart, saving Ray. Yuto then turned around and said Ray had spotted the enemy, and was purposely standing there waiting for Yuto to finish him off. Ray replied that he guessed correctly and pointed to the camera, saying that he didn't want to put on a show and reveal all the trump cards to them. And also Ray asked not to be called by his name, as there might be a microphone on the camera, and if there's no microphone, they can still read lips. Then the guys looked around, and Ray said they had done enough, and it was time to take away their view. After saying that, he destroyed the surveillance camera. At this time, the guild leader and the others were watching what Ray had done. Raven, the head of the Japanese branch of the Dark Guild, asked his subordinates that they had come after all. The girl told him that one of the attackers was Yuto, a mouse and a traitor to their organization, and the identity of the other attacker was unknown. One of those present said that they were running the identity of the other through the databases of the Japanese Adventurers Association, but so far no data had been found. Raven realized that if one of them was Yuto, he had learned of his younger brother's death, so he betrayed them. Raven thought for a moment and said that all Yuto and his brother were doing was getting in their way. He suddenly recalled a moment from the past when he had assigned his younger brother a special mission. Raven clarified if Hisashi could handle such a job. Hisashi replied that it wasn't about the complexity of the mission, but about what needed to be done. Hisashi didn't like the fact that his client's wishes required him to eliminate a target he held a terrible grudge against. So he came to Raven to tell him that this was utter nonsense. Raven got angry and said that it was his business to eliminate the target and get a decent reward afterward, and that shouldn't be a problem. Hisashi then asked if Raven knew that the client wanted to destroy the wings of creation. Raven replied that it was a funny joke. Then Hisashi started shouting that the target was his longtime friend from the time of the game. He is a healer with a kind and friendly disposition, and it is impossible to hold a grudge against such a person. Hisashi explained that the only motive for this murder was to hurt the Guild of the Wings of Creation. Raven continued to stare out the window and remain silent. Hisashi continued to say that healers are valuable to each guild. They are weak on their own, and if a strong healer dies, it will hurt the organization. Raven laughed and replied that it was nonsense, since why would they want the Dark Guild to kill healers from other guilds? And they had better things to do. Then Hisashi told Raven right to his face that it looks like their occupation is to prevent passing the tests, since currently only the Wings of Creation Guild is able to pass further tests. And once rid of them, no one else will be able to resist further chaos. Hisashi told Raven that he realized that it was far more profitable for their guild if countries were unable to pass the tests. Raven continued to stare out the window and replied that Hisashi was right, of course, and turned around and said that it would be much easier not to prevent the test from passing, but to simply wipe out an entire country. And this will only be possible if the Wings of Creation disappear, and they must be eliminated before a new trial arises. At this time, Raven let his dark threads go and wrapped them around Hisashi's leg. The boy started screaming that this was crazy. Raven replied that it didn't concern him either way, as his life would end here and now. Hisashi didn't understand what Raven was getting at, and in that very second, Raven activated the Shadow Path skill. He bound Hisashi with dark threads and began to squeeze him. However, Hisashi started laughing and shouting for Raven to kill him so that his older brother Yuto would finally be free. Hisashi yelled that if he killed him, Yuto would no longer obey them, since Yuto had been working for them for so long because of them taking Hisashi hostage. Raven smiled and replied that he would definitely find other leverage on Yuto. However, Hisashi didn't give up and said that there was no way they would be able to subdue Yuto through other means. Raven pulled out and activated his spear, telling Hisashi to think about why he was forbidden to communicate with his brother. Then he stuck a spear in the guy's heart and said his brother wouldn't even know of his agonizing death. And after that, Raven said he was even a little sorry, because if Hisashi hadn't minded his own business, he would have lived a lot longer. Remembering these events, Kuroki told Raven that he had told him that he should have just cut off Hisashi's limbs and crippled him. Kuroki then smiled widely, fixed his mustache, and said that Hisashi would be a good new toy for him. Raven replied that if he left alive someone who knew their plans, there could be a leak and he couldn't let that happen. Kuroki said that if their plan went well and Japan disappeared, he could warm his bones in a fancy resort. He was starting to think about whether to go to Hawaii, the Maldives, or Dubai. The boy Jack laughed and said that the old man already had his old man's plans for his life in his head. Jack also added that lying down at the resort gets boring after a day, but playing with gaudy toys is just the right activity for Kuroki. Kuroki got angry, jumped up, and started yelling that little Jack was yapping a lot today. One of those present tried to calm him down and told him that they could get promoted if they destroyed the country. A place in the head office was assured. Kuroki replied that he wasn't interested in paperwork and would rather be on the front lines. After all, it was more fun to kill people than to sit in a stuffy office, and it's good for your health. Raven listened to each and asked how the trespassers were doing. The girl reported that they had sent soldiers there, but the intruders had managed to overpower them all. Raven got up from his chair and said that it was obvious since Yuto was there, and of course the small mercenaries couldn't match him. He told the girl to tell the boss that they would handle it themselves. After that, Raven took his weapon and said that Kuroki and Jack would go with him. Kuroki was surprised that Raven was so serious. After all, those two rats wouldn't be able to do anything against them. Raven turned around and said not to take rodents lightly, because a cornered rat could chew a cat's neck off. And on top of that, this guy they know nothing about. So Raven decided to kill him as soon as possible, using the most of their powers. Meanwhile, Rei and Yuto were trying to count how many warriors they had put down and how many millions they had made. Yuto said that they'd gotten half of it right. Rei said that was fine, since there was another half to raise money. Suddenly, Raven came out of the tower. Rei noticed that Yuto was getting very nervous and asked what was wrong. Yuto said, and there he was, coming out. Raven turned to Yuto and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and if he'd gotten this far, he already knew the truth about his brother. Fury overcame Yuto. He said that Raven would definitely answer for his little brother's death. Yuto applied the super speed skill. However, the system reported that the super speed skill could not be activated, and the skill rollback time was 3 hours 25 minutes and 52 seconds. Yuto was very angry and decided to pounce on Raven and get revenge on him after all. Rei watched from the side and thought that Yuto had completely lost his head. However, he decided to let him do one reckless act today. However, Yuto didn't even have time to fly to Raven. Jack appeared and cut him off using the wide cut skill. Yuto spotted Jack and Kuroki. Jack laughed loudly and said that Yuto was an idiot for coming all this way to be finished off. Kuroki intervened and told Jack that it was rude of him to make fun of Yuto, since such a fool could only be pitied. It was a foolish thing to risk his life for a dead body. Yuto could barely contain his anger and said that Raven had brought Jack and Kuroki with him. Rei asked who they were and said they could be blown up with coins. At that moment, Yuto turned to Raven and demanded that he explain why he had taken his little brother's life. Raven smiled and replied that there was no reason. The rat bit his master's hand and paid for what he had done. Yuto looked at him angrily and asked if he had killed Hisashi because he didn't want to obey him. Raven's aura turned dark, and he asked Yuto that if he was as stupid as his brother, that he couldn't realize that useless rodents were supposed to be gotten rid of. Yuto clutched his weapon with all his might and said that Raven would pay for daring to laugh his brother into the dirt. At that moment, Jack and Kuroki surrounded this one, telling Yuto to watch his back or else he'd go after his brother. And suddenly Rei appeared. With a chopping blow of his soul, he disarmed Kuroki and Jack, dropping them to the ground. Rei then looked at Yuto and said that he could go and Rei would deal with those freaks. Yuto thanked Rei and turned his attention to Raven. He wanted to destroy him by any means necessary. However, Raven called him an idiot and asked him how he was going to take his life without his super speed. And after saying that, Raven used the Ice Fortress skill. A wall of ice appeared in front of Yuto. However, Yuto said not to underestimate him. He gathered all his strength, flew to the top, and released a huge amount of energy using the thermal explosion skill. With a powerful punch, Yuto managed to crack the ice wall, and he found himself facing Raven. Rei saw what happened and realized that things were bad. He immediately used a cut and coin blast towards Yuto. There was an explosion and Yuto was thrown back a few meters. He got to his feet and screamed at Rei for why he had done it. Continuing the battle with Kuroki and Jack, Ray said that Yuto would thank him again. He asked Yuto to turn around and see what he had saved him from. Turning around, Yuto saw a huge ice pillar. He realized that if it wasn't for Ray, he would have been under the pillar. Ray shouted to him that he actually charges millions for saving a life. And after the mission, Yuto would have to pay up, and to how he could get revenge if he skates off. Suddenly, Raven turned to Ray and said that this was the first time he was seeing him, and he seemed to be the one who had thwarted their plans with the trial at the European Mansion and Museum. Ray preferred to play dumb and replied that he didn't know what he was talking about, and it wasn't worth it to talk nonsense. But Ray was sure that Raven knew about the Gold Farm Guild, but had no clue about his identity. Raven told Ray that he didn't understand why he would go against a strong organization and mess with a traitor, condemning himself to death. Ray laughed and asked what that was for. For the sake of making more money, of course. Raven was surprised by this response and asked if Ray had really decided to make an entire guild his enemy. Ray started laughing even louder and replied that there was nothing in this world more precious than money, so he was not embarrassed by anything. Ray then said that there was a 1 million yen reward being offered for Raven's head, and besides, if he died, Yuto would work for him for free. At that moment, Ray gathered his energy and told Raven that he had once killed his Sashi for his guild's profit, and now it was time for him to die for Ray's money. And right after those words, Ray used the spiritual limit-breaking skill. The system alerted Yuto that the player Ray wanted to use the skill on him. The system also warned Yuto that this skill required a quick reaction. Yuto needed to press the green key to confirm. The boy agreed. In the same second, the system notified that the spiritual burst skill was activated and the skill rollback time was reduced to 0. Also, for the duration of the skill, Yuto receives protection from the Ray player's powers. Ray looked at Yuto and gave him the command to move forward. Yuto immediately used his super speed and headed towards Raven. Raven got angry and said that it was very cheeky. He didn't expect Yuto to be able to use super speed again. Meanwhile, Yuto was confidently flying towards him. However, in a moment, an ice peak appeared in front of Yuto. Raven applied ice arrows and asked that did Yuto forget that he knew his moves better than anyone else. After saying that, Raven laughed loudly and said that Yuto's speed and sword skills were indeed worthwhile. However, Raven was aware of his 3 weaknesses. And the first weakness is that Yuto only fights at short range. Raven took advantage of this and almost succeeded in destroying him. Yuto was very angry that Raven knew him so well after all. He thought he was invincible with that attack speed. Meanwhile, Raven said that Yuto's second weakness was his low attack power. And after saying that, he pinned the guy down with his huge spear. Yuto lashed out, but Raven kept saying that Yuto's skill is time limited, and Raven just needs to survive the time the skill is used, and then he wins. Yuto realized that there was truth in Raven's words, and he was no match for him, but Yuto believed that he too had a chance to win. Raven noticed that Yuto had become pensive and said that he was reading him like an open book, so he shouldn't overthink things. Yuto realized that he too knew Raven's basic advantages and only knew one skill to be wary of. And this skill is a kickback skill. The skill increases the recoil of a blocked attack, and the person can attack with double the force. And due to Ray's power transfer, Yuto's attack power is also increased. Hence, Raven's recoil is also increased. Therefore, Yuto made the decision that he should attack until the moment he activated the skill. So he did. Raven was shocked at how this rat had such powerful strength. Yuto was even amused by this. He realized that thanks to Ray's help, he could fight Raven as an equal. Yuto's amusement made Raven angry. He told him not to get cocky. After that, Raven raised his spear and used the kickback skill. The spear stabbed into Yuto's chest with tremendous force. He flew back a few meters and formed a hole in the wall from the impact. Raven smiled widely and said he would let Yuto meet the same death as his brother. And suddenly at that moment, from the back, the knife that Ray had launched at him flew at Raven. Raven noticed in time and managed to dodge. The knife only scratched his cheek and stuck into the wall beside Yuto. Raven got angry and started yelling for Ray to stay out of it since he was next in line anyway. However, Ray only smiled in response and said that this knife would come in handy for Yuto. Immediately after saying that, Yuto took out a knife from the wall and ran up to Raven, stabbing the knife into his stomach. Raven couldn't understand how it happened, and Yuto said he knew his moves better than anyone, so he had to learn new tricks from Ray. After saying that, Yuto pulled out his knife and Raven collapsed to the ground. Yuto was victorious in this fight. Yuto looked at all this and cried. He said that he was able to avenge his little brother, Hisashi. At that moment, Yuto remembered all the happiest moments of his life when he and his brother were together. After a few seconds, the system notified that the effect of the spiritual limit-breaking skill was over, and Yuto's physical strength returned to normal. An exhausted Yuto collapsed on Rei's shoulder and said that he still wanted to defeat Raven on his own. Rei backed him up and replied that he wasn't much help to him, and Yuto had taken Raven's life on his own. Yuto was very weak, however he asked Rei what was up with Jack and Kuroki. Rei smiled and replied that the two who came with Raven were lying on the sidelines over there. A couple minutes ago, Rei stood watching Yuto and Raven fight, but Jack and Kuroki wouldn't let him just watch. They approached Rei and began to apply their skills, Jack immediately applying the Death Aura skill. Rei was even surprised. He knew it was a skill to create a space where the attack power would be increased. Jack then applied a wide cut, and Kuroki applied a piercing charge attack at that moment behind Rei's back. Kuroki laughed evilly and asked Rei how he would be able to dodge without a fulcrum now. Rei had had enough of playing these games. He destroyed Jack with one swipe of his hand and then went to Kuroki. Rei flew up to him and put a knife to his neck, saying that only an idiot would part with his weapon during a fight. After saying that, he slit his throat. Meanwhile, Yuto told Rei that he instantly took out those mutts. Rei smiled and replied that it wasn't anyone's fault that they had such a huge difference in strength. Yuto was sitting against the wall and couldn't move, so he apologized to Rei and said he couldn't help him anymore. Rei smiled and said that so-and-so would make the money himself. Suddenly, an unknown man appeared in front of them and said that they would have no vacation. He stood with a huge hammer in his hands and turned to Yuto, saying that he never would have thought Yuto could defeat Raven. Behind this man's back were a dozen more soldiers. Rei realized that the reinforcements from the Dark Guild seemed to have arrived faster than the creation wings. After saying that, Rei walked over to the man and said with a smile that one person was worth 1,000,000 yen, and there were even more than 20 of them here. Rei's aura shone brightly. At this moment, he was thinking about money, and he liked that this wasn't a dungeon of some kind, but a gold mine. It didn't take a minute before Rei was done with them all. He went up to the man and said that he looked formidable, but in reality, he was a weakling. Rei didn't care, though, because he was going to get his money. And just after those words, a convoy of black cars drove into the tower. Rei said that the wings of creation had arrived. He immediately removed the illusionary mask from his face so that there would be no unnecessary questions or suspicions. Sukino came out of the car and told Rei in surprise that he had done a great job here. She then looked around and asked if the two of them had managed to block the Dark Guild's retreat exit. Rei replied that it wasn't particularly difficult. Sukino then asked where his partner was. Rei pointed his finger at Yuto and said that he was lying there. Yuto said that they had somehow miraculously managed to hold out. Tsukino replied that it must have been a tough battle. After that, Tsukino gave a command to her men and said that from now on, the Wings of Creation would also help in the blockade. One of the members of the Wings of Creation Guild said that the blockade and such complications are unnecessary because all the bad guys are sitting inside and they should just go in and kill them. Another of the guild members also supported the guy and said that the strongest fighters of the guild had come here, and together they would definitely do well. However, Tsukino calmed everyone down and said that this operation was commanded by Rei, and disobeying his orders would be punishable. However, the conversations between the guild members did not stop. Then guild member Hoshino intervened. She started yelling for everyone to shut up since Tsukino had clearly told everyone to listen to Rei. One of the men told Hoshino not to interfere. However, the girl put him on the spot and asked him that did he really think he could shut her up because she was a woman. Rei intervened and said that their opponent's strength lies in numbers, so one must not act indiscreetly. Also, Rei said that if anyone has any objections, they can speak up, since Rei is not going to cooperate with anyone who doesn't like his ideas, and also he won't be responsible for their lives. He then asked for a show of hands from all those who agreed to his terms. Everyone agreed, but Rei asked that Yuto keep an eye on the two who were initially against it. Rei then gave a clear order for all the captives to be sent to the guild branch. After a while, they all camped there in friendship and cooked a bunch of delicious food. Tsukino sat down to eat a marshmallow and said that it had been 3 hours since they had arrived, and the Dark Guild guys were in no hurry to come out. Rei grilled the meat menacingly and said that they must have figured out that reinforcements were coming to them. And this fight is going to endure, but they can't sit here for long, as the food supply will run out at some point, and all they can do is wait. Yuto took a bite of a piece of steak and said that here was some delicious grilled meat they had. Ray clarified that they brought the creation wings. Tsukino smiled and said that a blockade couldn't be survived without good food and pleasant company. Hoshino supported her and said that they could wait as long as they wanted in comfort. Tsukino stood up from her chair, looked up and said that however their barbecue was coming to an end. As she was notified that two suspicious men were approaching them, Ray immediately took off his apron. However, the guild member said again that there was no need to panic, since there were two of them, and that meant they were going for reconnaissance, not battle. However, Ray took a bite of meat and replied that when it comes to players, it's quality over quantity that matters, and two strong fighters would cause more trouble than 100 weaklings. Ray then turned to Yuto and asked if he had any idea who the two people might be. Yuto replied that there were people in the guild far stronger than Raven, codenamed Beta, Gamma, and Alpha. About these people, Yuto only knew their codenames and no more information. Tsukino then showed Yuto the video that the reconnaissance team had sent her. Two guys were seen in the video, and Tsukino asked if Yuto knew them. However, Yuto replied that he was seeing them for the first time. But given the position of the Dark Guild, Yuto assumed it could very well be Beta and Gamma. Ray realized at this moment that there was one strong player left in the castle, and the other two right now wanted to conduct a takeover of their group. Tsukino, meanwhile, suggested that Ray split up. She would take one player and Ray would take the other. And the others can handle the third. Tsukino assumed that way they could handle 3 times. Yuto warned everyone to be careful, since the only one he'd met of the 3 was Alpha. He was the only player he thought was creepy, even though he'd seen a lot of them before. Ray then turned to Tsukino and said that since the enemy was so strong, the payment would have to be doubled. Tsukino laughed and replied that he was already dreaming. Ray said that if that was the case, he could keep hitting weaklings instead of this. Ray then turned to Yuto and said that he was leaving him in charge here while they were busy with those two. Tsukino ordered everyone to get ready. They approached the gate, and suddenly a flock of crows flew from the forest. No one realized what was suddenly happening. Tsukino immediately ordered everyone to retreat. A huge red ball appeared at the gate, which swept through the gate and left a huge trail of flames. The guild members began to echo and ask if everyone was alive. It turned out that some were badly injured. No one could understand what kind of destructive force it was. Tsukino ordered that the healers immediately treat all the injured. The same 2 guys were standing at the gate. One said to the other that they were still alive, and maybe we should hit them again. Tsukino shouted to them that they definitely wouldn't fall for it a second time. Yuto said they would fight the 2 of them. However, Tsukino replied that it wouldn't work that way. She flew upwards and applied the Hell Vortex skill. Fireball attacked those 2, and Tsukino said she could handle them on her own. And suddenly the man on the roof said that it was uncivilized to make noise in someone else's house, and even at night. After all, they didn't think at all that they were preventing him from admiring the beautiful full moon. Tsukino was fighting 2 strong players. One of them was surprised that she was that good, and immediately realized that she was the head of the Wings of Creation Guild. Meanwhile, Hoshino was fighting the second one. The one was also surprised that they had strong women in their guild. At that moment, Hoshino noticed the same man from the roof coming at Tsukino and warned her. He approached Tsukino and said that if it wasn't for that girl, she would have lost her head by now. He asked if all of the 10 excellent ones were such weaklings. And when it comes to monsters, they're certainly good, but they lack experience in real combat. Tsukino got angry and replied that she shouldn't rate 10 excellent, since she had plenty of experience in actual combat. Suddenly, he flew up and said that she didn't realize that he wasn't talking about experiences against monsters, but battles against humans. At that moment, another flew up, activating his skill. He released an energy needle at Tsukino and wounded him. She fell to the ground, pulled out the needle, and couldn't understand why everything was swimming in front of her eyes. The system immediately reported that Tsukino's player was under the status of lethal poisoning. The guild healers instantly reacted and used the mass healing skill. However, Tsukino only got worse. The healers couldn't understand what was going on and why it didn't work. One of the enemies laughed loudly and said that there were no healers who could cure her of his poison. Tsukino then raised her weapon up and said that in that case she would just kill him until the poison spread throughout her body. However, he managed to dodge the fire and began to laugh that her kick was so strong. After all, such fierce attacks would only work against monsters, and there was no point in them if she couldn't hit. Tsukino didn't stop and applied the infernal vortex. The enemy started laughing again and saying that he had already spoken. He ironically asked Tsukino what was the point of her attacks if he was able to dodge them. And at that moment, a guild member attacked him from behind. He applied the Hammer of Destruction skill. The enemy was angry that the jerk had charged at his arm. At this moment, the other guild members appeared and applied the Precision Arrow and Circular Slash skill. Tsukino smiled and said that skills aimed at area attack were only effective against weak and inexperienced targets. And a magic attack with the fire element can disorient the enemy, but he can also easily dodge it. And in such a case, you should use numerical advantage to corner the enemy. Completely exhausted, Tsukino asked that did he really think she was a complete idiot and hadn't prepared for this? Suddenly, Tsukino fell to the ground. The guild members instantly ran over to her. And at this moment, the system reported that due to the death of player Cho Fei-long, the status of fatal poisoning would be removed. Tsukino woke up and a team member told her that blinding the enemy with a fire flash was a brilliant idea and her strategy worked. Tsukino replied that they had practiced for a reason, and the power of the wings of creation lay not in one person, but in unity. Meanwhile, Yuto was fighting the second one. He used the thermal lunge technique. The enemy told him that he had certainly heard that the rat had betrayed them. However, he did not think he would prove weaker than him. He then assessed the situation and realized that Hoshino was the main threat. Her weapon is a dagger, possible class elite thief, lives in Musano City, 28 years old, single, former member of a theater troupe. Her physical abilities are on the level of a normal human. She is one of Tsukino's closest aides, but she has no combat experience. This was all the information the enemy had about her. Yet he couldn't understand why he couldn't even hit her. And as soon as he attacks her, Yuto starts breathing down his back, and they attack him at the same time. The agents didn't tell him she was good at fighting. The enemy decided to gather himself and used his assault blade, and now he had only to shorten the distance. However, at that moment, he was tied up by threads. He couldn't understand how this was possible, since the agent had reported that this skill belonged to Rei Endo. Hoshino tied it with golden thread and began to pull it down. Then she used the skill of Soul Thread's small flame. The enemy was burned alive. Those around him could not understand how such a thing was even possible. Hoshino then turned to Rei standing behind her and said that he did a great job, all thanks to him. Rei put his hand over his heart and said that he shouldn't be grateful. After all, she did a great job. The guild members were shocked and couldn't understand what was even going on. A blue aura shone around Rei, and the system alerted that the visual exchange skill was deactivated. Hoshino meanwhile exhaled a sigh of relief and said that she was so nervous. After all, pretending to be Rei was too much for her. One of the guild members asked what the hell was going on, and how did Hoshino turn into Rei? Hoshino replied that with the visual exchange skill, she swapped places with Rei, and their guild specializes in dungeon strategies. So they decided to have PvP fights run by professionals like Mr. Rei. Rei smiled and said it was Tsukino and Hoshino's idea, and surprisingly, it worked out. He's not exactly an expert on PvP though. And now there's only one opponent left. The guy on the roof. Everyone's in a fighting stance. Rei started yelling for the Alpha to come down, and asked how long he was going to look down on them. Alpha showed himself and scratching the back of his head, asked if it was really Rei. He asked him not to get too cocky. Alpha then smiled evilly and said that no matter how many weaklings gathered, their fate would not change. And this place would now become their mass grave. Hearing that, Rei could barely maintain his self-control. At the same moment, Alpha jumped down from the roof and used a technique, creating an energy wave. Rei blocked the attack and ordered Tsukino and Yuto to take everyone and evacuate. Meanwhile, Alpha landed and told Rei that he couldn't escape. Rei smiled and started running towards him. Rei's aura shone with a bright light. Alpha began to attack. However, Rei managed to block all of his attacks with his sword. Alpha was surprised that Rei was able to block his skill without much effort, and said that he had indeed passed the test of the land almost single-handedly. Suddenly, Tsukino started yelling that the Alpha was using some kind of arm, and such a technique was unknown to her. Rei at this moment realized that these were the invisible spirit hands of a berserk spirit, and this skill is about attacking the opponent with the spirit hands. Rei then shouted to Tsukino that this skill was rapidly draining his stamina, and he needed support so their healers couldn't interfere. Tsukino ordered everyone capable of ranged attacks to aim for the castle. The guild members replied that they understood the order. Alpha asked with a smirk, "What was this really, a battle of attrition? Useless resistance?" At that moment, Ray realized that Alpha was purposefully keeping him from keeping his distance. He realized that the Berserk spirit was considered one of the strongest classes at low levels, and the amount of their attacks was staggering. Meanwhile, Alpha started laughing out loud and asked if running was all he was capable of. Tsukino and Hoshino stood surprised and couldn't understand what was going on. Ray is being pushed back? What kind of madness, speed, and power? Suddenly, Yuto intervened and told them to take a closer look, as things weren't quite what they seemed. And Ray being thrown back may not be the right way to describe what's going on. And if you look closely, you can see that Ray is correctly blocking any attacks that could prove deadly. Meanwhile, Ray fought and realized that the Berserk spirit was using up stamina, and one must just keep fighting. He was waiting for the Alpha to weaken and not be able to block his attacks. What would the Alpha do then? At this point, Alpha decided it was about time to deal with this Ray, so he activated the spirit reset. Ray immediately used one of the sword techniques that thousands of swords use to block the attack. Then he landed and told the Alpha that it wasn't original at all. Suddenly, after Ray's words, an incredibly powerful aura began to burst out from the ground. No one could understand what was happening. The image of a snake began to appear. Tsukino and Hoshino stood in complete shock, neither of them having any idea what it was. Meanwhile, Ray was on top of the snake, and addressing it by its soul snake name, said that it could rejoice as there was plenty of food for it. Alpha started laughing and asked, "So what? What can one simple snake do?" Ray immediately began to attack, not to give the Alpha a chance to rest and regain his strength. "We need to wear him down." Meanwhile, the healers were casting spells. Damage recovery, elemental healing, advanced summoning. But suddenly the healers realized that the healing wasn't keeping up. There was too much damage. Alpha started laughing loudly and asked if they could see it now. That's the power of a berserker spirit. The Alpha then asked that without even having a basic class, did Ray really think he could stand up to him? Meanwhile, Tsukino ordered the healing team to hold out somehow. The healer replied that everything was under control and Mr. Ray's health had not diminished in the slightest. Suddenly, Alpha was surprised and asked what was it? Had Tsukino's snake multiplied? Ray smiled and said that, with as much food as they had, it would be strange if it didn't breed. Ray then petted his snake and said that it looked like it had run out of food, but there was no need to worry. Since the most important dish is still here in front of her, absolutely alive and well. The angry Alpha asked, "Food? Does he mean to say he's some kind of food?" Alpha started attacking and yelling that Ray would regret those words in the afterlife. After saying those words, he used the spirit territory technique, with which he inflicted damage to the snake. Ray at this moment realized that it was a skill that increased the speed and power of weapon creation at the expense of decreasing the range. But this fighting style burns energy too quickly, and the Alpha won't last long enough to defeat the snake. And in that case, Ray decided that the best thing to do was as follows. Suddenly, Ray felt an attack from the other side. Yuto had said that they had finally exposed themselves. It was time to punish them. And while Yuto fought the two, Ray continued to block the Alpha's attacks as well as attacking back. Suddenly, the Alpha was behind Ray's back and decided that now was the moment to end Ray once and for all. However, Ray turned around in the blink of an eye and stuck his sword into the Alpha's chest. In horror, the Alpha started screaming and falling down. Alpha fell to the ground and wondered how he blocked it. After all, it should have been a perfect surprise attack. Ray smiled and replied that it was far from a perfect attack, and he knew from the start that the two were spies. Back in the beginning, Ray had told Yuto to keep an eye on those two, and Yuto agreed. The Alpha said his last words to Ray be damned, and asked that did he really think he could survive after turning the Dark Guild against him? Ray took a deep breath and said that in this way, the main forces of the Dark Guild were finished, and now it was time to move on to collecting the spoils. So the prisoners were captured. In the end, it was calculated that 1,000,000 yen per person, totaling 452 detected, totaling 452 million yen. Ray organized the trucks to transport the gold. Since the quantity was not insignificant, soon the guys approached Ray and reported that the upload was complete. It was a good job. Ray then walked over to Tsukino and said that everything was ready and they could feel free to take whatever was left in the castle. Tsukino was surprised and asked if there was still stuff inside, since she thought Ray would take everything away. Ray pulled out a baggie and said there was some weird white powder left in there. Tsukino gave him a strange look and said she didn't want it. A short time later at the gold farm, The girl informed Ray that the government reward had been transferred. Ray replied that it had worked out quickly, and the girl also informed him that in recognition of his contribution to the gold farm, Mr. Ray had been assigned an assistant. Ray was surprised and asked what kind of government aid. After all, he doesn't need the government watching him. The girl said that's what she thought Ray would say. And by the way, she asked how are they supposed to liquidate these trophies. Yuto asked that couldn't they just sell them on the precious metals exchange? The girl replied that given their dubious origins, probably not. Ray agreed and said that after all, they came from a criminal organization. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice was heard asking if Ray was here. Ray turned around and asked who it was. The girl asked, surprised that he didn't remember her. The cute girl said they met during a ranking exam conducted by the Players Association. Ray looked at her strangely and said he didn't want to memorize something that didn't make him money. The girl smiled and said that in that case, he might as well remember now that her name was Masaki Sakuma. Ray's assistant was surprised and said, "What about her? The one in the admissions exam board?" Ray was surprised too and thought, didn't she look completely different? Ray then walked up to her and asked, and that she was going to make him money now? Of course, Masaki replied. And she also said that the Japanese government appointed her as an assistant. In other words, she's a free assistant that he can use at his discretion, and that way he will save on labor costs. Ray apologized and said that he had enough manpower as it was, and he had enough helpers. Masaki said she'd do anything, and asked if she wasn't as good as them. Misaki began to say she could do everything from cleaning the office, to organizing vehicles, to laundering untraceable assets, acquisition of explosives and weapons, even covering up illegal activities. If it's something useful, she can do it. Ray at this point thought that cooperating with the government would do it good too. Ray then asked Masaki that, for example, if he asked her to launder gold bars whose origin could not be traced, what would she do? Misaki thought for a moment and replied that if she formalized the funds as a special commission from the Players Association, it shouldn't look suspicious. Then she asked, gold from the mountains in Tochigi, right? And should she give it a try? However, Ray replied that he didn't trust her. Then Masaki asked, in that case as a trial, how about an advance of 6 billion yen? And the actual value of the gold should be much higher, and she'll transfer the difference later. Ray asked if she could do that. Masaki said that she is authorized to manage the funds herself up to that amount, and she needs 10 minutes and she will figure it out. Ray then said he was giving her a chance and exactly 10 minutes to do it all. The girl said she'd do it all. 10 minutes later, the assistant informed Ray that 5 billion yen had been transferred. The sender is a 15-player association. At that moment, Masaki came over and asked if Ray now realized that she could be of use to them. Ray replied, okay, and asked to send a detailed invoice to the address. Masaki reported that the gold from Tochigi had been exchanged, and the difference of 1,272,056,000 yen was transferred. Misaki provided a detailed appraisal report. Ray said that it seems to be quite useful. However, Ray said that before he officially welcomed her to the gold farm, he wanted to ask one thing. He asked what was the true purpose of the government. Masaki replied that since everything would soon become clear, she would be honest. The girl said what is being done is to counter recruitment from other countries. After all, countries around the world are competing fiercely for talented players. Ray then said he would make it clear. If he couldn't earn money here, he would go to another country. So Ray asked her to do her best to make sure he could earn as much as possible. Also, Lumi's assistant told her to prepare the necessary paperwork and also to get busy choosing missions for the third week this month. Meanwhile, Yuto asked Ray, that is Lumi so demanding when it comes to work? Ray replied that that's why he made her a guildmaster. Suddenly, Masaki surprisingly started to say that she was checking the missions database. But Ray asked what was wrong. Masaki said that no new missions have been added in the last 4 days. And usually the number of missions fluctuates. But isn't it weird when there aren't any at all? Ray asked in surprise. No mission. He told him to report it quickly to the government and put everything else on hold for later. Misaki replied that she understood and immediately used the activated skill, remote telepathy. Misaki soon reported that the Players Association, the Geospatial Information Authority, and the Cabinet Office had responded. And for the past 4 days, there hasn't been a new mission in Japan, and even the Earth observation satellite hasn't confirmed any new missions or dungeons. Misaki said that according to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the same phenomenon is happening in other countries. Ray replied thoughtfully that this was most likely a prelude to a large-scale mission. Ray said that priority is given to doing all the highly profitable missions available at the moment, and they probably won't see regular missions for a while. Soon the system reported that a new mission had begun, a massive mission, the waterfall test. Main event waterfall trial. Time limit 90 days, 00 hours, 00 minutes. It is necessary to defeat the boss in the allotted time. Failure will result in the destruction of the target mission area. Meanwhile, Lumi asked Ray what their plans were, as they continue to do small missions. Ray replied that for now they would continue to work on the smaller missions that have already been accepted. Since the Waterfall Challenge covers the whole of Asia, and given the large number of countries, organizing rewards and sponsors will take time. So until the rewards are raised, they will leave things as they are. And besides, these kinds of large-scale missions usually happen simultaneously around the world. And depending on the amount of remuneration, they may abandon Asia and focus elsewhere. Lumi said that if they give up on Asia, Japan will die. And would Ray really let that happen? Ray smiled and replied that it depended on the reward. He then ordered Misaka to begin preparing to accept contracts for this massive mission, since they will be competing with guilds around the world. And on top of that, they need to start selecting potential partners. Ray said that Genesis Wings wasn't a bad option, but there might be cheaper guilds willing to cooperate. It's been a week. Misaki announced that the details of the mission contract have been released. The reward is $500 million per mission. That's about 70 billion yen. And also missions take place in 5 locations: the Americas, Africa, Europe, Asia, and Australia. Of these, only Asia and Australia are open to private contracts. Ray said that, as expected, large-scale missions are in a league of their own. Since the reward is fixed, getting a contract will depend on reputation. Misaki replied that cooperating with Genesis Wings was the right decision, since having Sukino of the Transcendent 10 on their side is a big advantage. Besides, they were the cheapest option, since they get 70% and Genesis Wings get percent. Not a bad deal. Ray asked Misaki if she thought they would be able to get at least one contract. Misaki replied that it was hard to say, since Wings of Genesis and Golden Farm rank about 100th in the world in terms of missions completed, even combined. And in terms of numbers, they are considered mid-level compared to Chinese or American guilds. Most large guilds focus on numbers by massing low-level quests. And guilds like Golden Farm and Wings of Genesis, which are focused on elite members, are less common. Misaki also said that the identity of the highest-ranking member of the Transcendent 10 is still unknown. And there are even rumors that an unknown player from Thailand has completed a national-level assignment. And the international meeting to finalize the teams will be in 2 weeks. In the meantime, they are gathering information and preparing. 2 weeks later in the international conference room. In the end, only 4 teams participated in the competition. Ray asked that didn't the big international guilds want the 70 billion reward? Misaki replied that over 10 guilds had expressed interest, but they couldn't gather enough members. After all, for such large-scale missions, the number of capable players is limited. Misaki told Ray that people with that level of skill could earn high income without taking that kind of risk. Tsukino replied that this was unacceptable, since they were also struggling to gather volunteers. She asked Ray how many people the Golden Farm would bring. All of them, Ray replied. Ray asked Misaki if they stood a chance against the assembled teams, Black Vogel and Black Dragon. Misaki replied that Black Vogel is a world-famous large guild. They stated that they would take the Australian mission. It's practically guaranteed. As for the Asian mission, it seems like they will have to compete one-on-one with the Black Dragon. Lumi intervened and said that the Black Dragon didn't even have experience with national-level missions. And if they teamed up with the Genesis Wings, victory should be easy. Misaki looked at her and said that it was basically right, and she hoped it would be like that. Meanwhile, the contractor for the mission on the Australian continent was identified as Black Vogel. And then it was on to the selection of a contractor for the mission on the Asian continent. The woman announced that they would hear a strategy presentation from the Japanese team first. Tsukino said it was her turn. Ray said he was counting on her. Tsukino gave a speech and concluded by saying that based on the above reasons, she believes that the joint party of Golden Farm and Genesis Wings are quite capable of overcoming the waterfall test. Everyone present began to applaud, and Misaki said that the reaction seemed positive. Ray replied that yes, it wasn't bad. At this point, Ray realized that the real problem was how the other team would present themselves. Suddenly, the Black Dragon representative stood up and thanked Tsukino for the extremely boring presentation. He then stepped forward and said to keep the committee awake, he suggested we talk about something more intriguing. Suddenly, he pointed to the healers and said that they are the whole problem, and their research shows that over 70% of dropouts are related to healers. The man then asked if it wasn't better to just get rid of the healers. No healers, no fragile classes. He also revealed that their party consisted of a sword master, a staff master, and a fist master. And all of these classes can protect themselves with an aura that surrounds their bodies. In other words, as long as they have the aura, they won't get hurt and they don't need healers. A party with no weaknesses. During Prophecy Online, they use the same lineup for missions on other continents. Trial of the Storm, Trial of the Abyss, and Trial of the Eastern Lands. And the man concluded by saying that although they have no experience with the waterfall test, they believe it can be cleaned using the same methods. Tsukino said that a party without healers is absurd, and she can't imagine such a strategy working in continental-level missions. She asked what Ray had to say about it. Ray replied that depending on the mission, it could be powerful. Especially for something like the Abyss trial, it might even be the best approach. However, that's a terrible strategy for a waterfall test, and they will definitely be wiped out. Total annihilation. Tsukino said that's where they would end the presentation. And they hope that they now realize that they are the most appropriate choice. Then the girl announced that both teams had finished presenting their strategies. And there will now be a review meeting after which the results will be announced. The content of the review meeting will remain confidential. Meanwhile, Lumi ran after Ray and started asking if everything was going to be okay. After all, the association has collected a lot of data on missions on the continent, and there's no way they're going to elect a party that can't do it. Ray replied that no one knows, and anyway, it wouldn't be a bad outcome for them. Suddenly, the Black Dragon representative intervened and asked that weren't they the ones who had already lost. Ray asked if he was calling them losers. The man said that was exactly right, and he didn't think anyone else would bother to apply. Good effort gone to waste, though. Tsukino got angry and started yelling that it wasn't true, and the results hadn't been announced yet. The man smiled and replied that the results were already predetermined, even before the meeting, or rather, before they got here. Ray asked if they had bribed them. Who knows, the man replied, smiling back at Ray. He also said it was a blessing in disguise for them. One healer is ridiculous, and there's a woman in charge, and at least they can now avoid a senseless death. Yudo intervened and said that it was obvious that they were arrogant and not very smart. But even so, from the guild, they were doing missions and protecting the cities where people lived. And if such a guild was destroyed by a reckless endeavor, it would be a loss to the people. Tsukino looked at the man carefully and asked with a smile if he wanted to change his mind and quit. The man immediately got angry and started shouting that did they really think they would retreat? And don't underestimate the Black Dragon. The man rushed forward. Tsukino drew her sword, but Ray suddenly came up and stopped the man. Ray said he apologizes for the behavior of his participants, and they can consider the request to withdraw from the game denied. Tsukino started asking Ray what was going on. Ray asked Tsukino that they didn't understand or read the terms of employment. The recruitment term went like this. If the contracting party loses the ability to fulfill the assignment due to casualties or other reasons, the contract will go to the party who chose the second option. In such cases, the reward will increase depending on the remaining time of the mission. In other words, they will be paid more. The man started laughing loudly and asked that did they really think they would succeed if the Black Dragon failed? A joking party from a women's guild and a lowlife like Gold Farm? A joke party of a female guild and a nameless like a gold farm? It's a funny joke, the man said. And he added that the review board had already decided that the contract would go to them. It's a shame, though, because he should have let you win. But in the end, they'll get a big reward and get to watch the pathetic Japanese die. Suddenly, the system alerted that the review results had been received. Everyone immediately tensed in anticipation. The system announced that the contract party for the waterfall test would be a Black Dragon. Ray smiled and congratulated them, asking that they take their time in failing. After all, the longer it took, the more the remaining time would increase the reward. The man looked at him angrily and said that they had no time to waste here. He ordered his members to hurry up. After a while in the management of the gold farm, Tsukino asked Ray what they should do now. Shouldn't they go back to Japan for now? Ray replied no and said they were headed to China since they had finished all the contract missions here. He also said that they would stop near the waterfall test site and wait for the Black Dragon to fail. Ray then asked that Misaki book cheap tickets to China for them. Misaki replied that she would book safe ones instead. Suddenly, a girl burst in and began to ask that they wait a moment as she had a request for them. Ray asked who she was, and the girl replied that she was Marie from the Black Vogel Guild. The girl was sobbing, and Tsukuno went over to her and told her that they had a common language skill, so she didn't need to force herself to speak Japanese. And if she spoke in her native language, they would understand her. Mari thanked Tsukino and said that she would be speaking German from now on, and said that actually they would like the gold farm to take over their mission. At that moment, Misaki said that Black Vogel's lineup included 3 people from the Transcendent 10. With their strength, it wouldn't be difficult to pass the continent level test. Ray asked Marie if something had happened after the contract was signed. Marie replied that it did, and they are in a quandary. Ray replied that he could see that they were in trouble, and since she was learning Japanese, he could teach her a saying that would help in times like this. Mari asked in surprise what that was all about, and Ray said that even the courts of hell depend on money. And that's the most famous Japanese proverb Marie has to memorize. Marie then said she understood and asked that as long as he got paid, he'd take the job, right? After a while, Marie brought the team and shouted to her brother that she had brought people from the Japanese team. The guy greeted them and said that his name was Daniel Keller, and he was the guild master of the Black Vogel Guild. Tsukino introduced herself in response and said that she was the guild master of the Wings of Genesis Guild. Ray also introduced himself and said he was from the Gold Farm. Daniel was surprised to see Tsukino from Transcendent 10 and said it was nice to meet him. Then he said that as Marie had probably already said, they would like Genesis Wings and Golden Farm to take over the Continental Mission in Australia, and of course they would formally notify the UN of their departure. Ray asked why it was so easy to blame it on them, and what happened. Daniel then said that eventually everything would come to light, so he would be honest. He said that of the 3 members of the Transcendent 10, 2 were poached by the U.S. Daniel then scratched the back of his head and said that he had heard that the U.S. was poaching players for money, but that was about the time. Ray replied that he understood and asked what it meant that they had decided that one person wasn't enough. Daniel responded that he thinks they need at least 2 members of the Transcendent 10 for this mission, and he's not saying it's impossible, but they don't want to put such valuable resources at unnecessary risk. Ray replies that it's pretty weird, but he won't complain as long as they get billions in rewards. Ray then turned to Tsukino and asked if it seemed doable and what she thought about it. Tsukino looked at Daniel and said apologetically that they couldn't participate. She said that the members in the Genesis Wings were afraid of continent-level trials, and for the land test, they begged them to protect Japan, and they reluctantly agreed. So they apologized to the people of Australia, but they don't think they can get their members to understand them for missions outside of Asia. Ray replied that in that case, the Gold Farm would take up the request, but they didn't have enough people for a continent-level test. And especially for Desert Court, numbers are crucial, and they need at least 200 rank B players, but they can't even gather half of that number with their own efforts. Ray then asked that Black Vogel is a mercenary group, right? And could they lend them about 150 B-rank players for 10% of the bounty? Daniel apologized and said they don't just borrow players. They always include commanders for risk management and retreat control, as well as support staff for logistics. But for a continent-level test, it's just preparation for retreat. Ray asked, what do you mean it's impossible? Daniel replied that it was 400 million yen, or at least half that amount, and then they could mobilize a decent force. Ray said it was too expensive. It looked like extortion. Tsukino, meanwhile, asked Misaki that didn't he only get 30% when he teamed up with Genesis Wings? Misaki replied that was exactly right. At that point, Daniel said that missions cost money and asked if Ray understood that. Ray understood that the equipment was self-financed. The salary was 10 or 30% of the remuneration. Even travel expenses are covered independently. Ray replied to Daniel that he didn't understand. And don't they really need such a large army? Marie stepped in and told her brother that if they were strong enough, they wouldn't even need expensive equipment, right? And in this case, taking only 20% of the fee would be beneficial, wouldn't it? Daniel replied that that was true. But are they really that strong? Daniel said in a raised tone that of course Genesis Wings was one thing, but a gold farm? After all, it's a guild that doesn't have a single member from the Transcendent Ten. Mar apologized to her brother and replied that she thought they were strong. Especially Ray, he's definitely strong. Daniel asked if she thought Ray was stronger than he was. Marie apologized and said that she did. Daniel then asked Ray if he knew what kind of player Marie was and what she was. Ray said they mentioned that 2 of their Transcendent 10 were poached. Then the remaining one is clearly her, and that's about the level of power they're talking about. Marie Keller, ranked 7th in the Transcendent 10. Marie asked Ray if he knew who she was. After saying those words, the girl suddenly used a technique and professionally attacked Ray. Ray was able to quickly block the attack and dodge, using the technique in response. A delighted Mari began to yell out if her brother could see that it was a completely unexpected attack, and Ray managed to dodge it and even managed to counterattack. And he had enough strength to bring her to the ground without much effort. An outraged Daniel began to ask what she was going to do if she had wounded him. Marie replied that she certainly wouldn't have hit him. She also said that someone who couldn't dodge it wouldn't stand a chance against an over-million spider, boss, Court of Earth. Mari then apologized and said that she didn't think Miss Tsukino could pass the Earth test. And the one who really passed the test of the land was Ray. Mari told her brother that he would be fine here, and she guaranteed it. A short time later, the entire team in military uniforms went to the base, including Marie and Daniel. The military began discussing among themselves that this time the commander was supposedly from a gold farm. One of the men asked why someone from a small guild in Japan became a leader. Another replied that strong players tend to have big egos. This is to compensate for defectors who have sold out for money. Meanwhile, Daniel ordered everyone to listen. He said that they would now conduct a joint operation between Golden Farm and Black Vogel. Also, Daniel introduced Ray and said that he was a representative of Golden Farm, and this time he would be the commander. Ray introduced himself and said that he wanted to make one thing clear right away. He will not let anyone die in this battle. And if they doubt their decision, they should prioritize saving as many lives as possible. And while the rest of the decisions will be left up to each unit, if there are guidelines, they should follow them. One military man asked if they could, in fact, win a continental-level test with such idealistic nonsense. Another military man immediately replied to him that it was better than being treated like a disposable item. At that time, Ray said the reward was set at $5 million, minus Vogel's expenses. However, for every death on Vogel's side, $10 million will be deducted from the bounty. And they'd love to get it away on the cheap, but they can't afford to lose anyone. Also, Ray said that the desert trial is much larger than normal trials, and if they go any further, monsters could appear at any moment. Ray repeated several more times that safety was paramount. Suddenly, everyone felt an earthquake. Everyone took up battle positions. The military officer reported that the enemy has been detected 2 kilometers ahead on the right. It's time to attack. Immediately, the order was given, fire. It didn't work yet, but the order was to keep firing. The military started using projectiles as well as a coin explosion. However, no result was observed. Ray asked one of the guys how much each of these shells cost. The guy replied that he didn't know the exact amount, but they were ordered not to use expensive weapons, so they used the cheapest shells. And he also said that the contents were only 5-franc coins. Ray immediately contacted Misaki and asked if she could hear him. Misaki replied that satellite and communication data is good. Ray asked her to check how much Vogel's mortar shells cost, filled with 5-franc coins. Misaki replied that she would look at it now, and asked that they were 120mm mortar shells with coin-exploding warheads, right? The base shell and processing cost about 300,000 yen. If you consider the Swiss franc coins inside, the total is about 1 million yen per shell. Hearing this, Ray was horrified. 1 million yen per shot. How many shots had they fired at such small monsters? Ray said they would be handling them from now on, and Misaki just needs to keep them informed of their whereabouts. At that moment, the order to cease fire was given. We've spotted new enemies on the left front, and there are 3 of them. Ray immediately rushed forward without thinking to attack the monsters using techniques. Daniel watched from the sidelines and said they even skimped on shells costing only 1 million. He asked Marie that shouldn't the main players save their skills for really strong enemies? Mari smiled and replied to her brother that they didn't use skills for things like that. Then a surprised Daniel asked, did he just tackle that huge monster without any skill? Marie then reminded him that she had already told him that this man was much stronger than them. Suddenly, Daniel received a report that one enemy was approaching from the right front. Daniel was horrified and said that even he would not make it at that distance. Ray responded with a second squad on the line. Rocket strike on the knuckles. Not just Endu Ray. The others are elite too. They seem capable enough on their own, Mari said. Daniel said that who would have thought that an unknown guild from the Far East could be so strong. And as long as they are here, they don't have any problems, Marie replied, telling Daniel not to worry, since it would soon be his turn as well. As the desert test begins from here. At this time, Ray and her team reported that the test core was already in sight. One of the military shouted that the combat equipment against the sandstorm was ready, and it's time to get ready to enlist. Daniel has ordered everyone to fall into formation, like a drill, and stick to the plan. Ray ordered that from this point on, visibility would make detailed instructions impossible. Therefore, the members of Vogel must be protected using their own judgment, and not let a single one of them die. He said it's important to keep your eyes open. Given the players' defense numbers, the sandstorm shouldn't do much harm. The martial practitioners looked forward in horror and asked that are they really going for it? But if the small guild from the Far East was not afraid, then they could not be afraid either. The military men went forward, some of them shouting, "What the hell, it's so dark. The sand is blocking out the light." Suddenly, two military men started yelling, "Enemy! Everyone! What could it be?" Suddenly, they noticed that they were separated from the main force. They realized that they had no choice but to fight, and it was necessary to aim for the weak point, the eyes. They began to apply attacks, iron needle, powerful strike. However, the enemy was quite strong. One military man asked the other if he was okay. The one replied that he was fine, and it was close. The monster approached them, and suddenly its head snapped off, blood pouring out in rivers. Ray had killed it. Afterward, Ray said that no breaches in the defense network should be allowed to form. Also, Ray told Daniel that unlike him, these guys die easily, and you should think of them as $10 million bundles of money and cherish them. Their lives are worth $10 million. Ray has ordered a reformed formation, and those who cannot defend themselves must form a tight cluster. Daniel started yelling to the military that no matter what they did, they must not lose sight of the comrades next to them. Marie screamed that if they were separated, they would die. And it's already getting brighter all around. They had almost overcome the sandstorm. System alerted that main monopillar trial core 100%. Guardian barrier last defense 100%. Also, the system has alerted us that the sun is indestructible. And welcome, foolish applicants. Those who seek death enter the domain of the sun, and no one can get out of here alive. Marie said the sun won't attack until they enter the barrier. And the three pillars on the outskirts, by attacking them, they can weaken the sun. Ray said they'd take the core, and he ordered Vogel to hit the outer pillars with maximum firepower, within budget. Daniel replied that he understood, and asked, "What do you mean those pillars won't counterattack?" Ray replied that that was exactly what it meant, and they should be considered heavy-duty punching bags. Ray ordered them to attack the pillars until they turned red, and keep them that way. Marie asks Ray if she can join the fight against the core. Since she wants to see if her plan works on the continental level, Ray apologized and replied no, as calculations show that even with all of Vogel's firepower, the damage to the pillars is barely enough. And if one Class A player leaves, the color of the pillar may remain unstable. Then Mari, smiling, asked that perhaps Ray would take her place in that case. Ray turned around at that moment, pointed his sword at her, and said that he was giving the orders for this operation, and if she disobeyed, she would be fined $10 billion. He then added that, as they agreed in the contract, if she is willing to pay $10 billion, she can join the fight. But he can't guarantee her life. Marie replied that it was too expensive to take from the allowance. Ray replied that it was unfortunate. Then he turned to the squad and ordered everyone to begin the attack. Everyone immediately started attacking the pillars. Yudo turned around and shouted that the pillar had turned red. One of the military shouted that their pole had turned red as well. "It looks good," Ray said. Ray also said that the main assault group of the Golden Farm is stopping the attack on the pillar. Once the color of the pillar stabilizes, they will continue the strategy. Meanwhile, Marie approached her brother Daniel and asked him to reconsider what she was talking about the other day. Daniel got angry and replied that it was too much. Marie then used a technique and asked if he, her brother, would challenge her. After a while, Daniel approached Ray and said that he had a request. Ray asked, "What's wrong?" Daniel replied that he would like Vogel to deal with that boss. Ray asked, surprised that didn't they let them because they decided it was impossible? Daniel then replied that they turned to them because failure is not an option. And if they fell, having a backup would give them the peace of mind to fight on. Ray asks if he's just a backup. And does Daniel realize that the penalty for breach of contract is 10 billion? Daniel replied that he was aware of it. Ray then reminded him that no matter who defeated the boss, the division of the reward wouldn't change. And they'll just lose 10 billion, which means they'll be taking unnecessary risks. Daniel replied that he understood there was no financial gain, but Marie, she felt that as a world-renowned large-scale guild, they needed to gain experience in overcoming continent-level trials. Daniel said that Vogel's top people are here today. They are putting their lives on the line in this challenge, not a game. This will certainly benefit the organization in the future. Marie turned to her brother and said that there was no need to complicate things with such reasoning, and they are only players. Ray answered her that, just because the game had become a reality, didn't mean they would hesitate in the face of adversity like cowards. Ray also said that until they paid the fine, there was no question. Daniel intervened and said he'd already wired the money, and Ray could check the account. Ray immediately checked the account and said that's how they talk now, and asked, which meant they really weren't going to interfere, right? Daniel replied that was correct, and he couldn't have them exposed to unexpected dangers. And on top of that, since their main force is unavailable, Ray and his team will have to get busy destroying the columns. Ray used the soul fragment and looked at Daniel. Type C extraction is possible. Condition, unexpected payment of more than 10 billion yen. Ray didn't notice any reaction. He wondered, since the penalty was spelled out in the contract, did it not count? Low-grade souls were easy to collect, but C-type souls were very valuable. Ray realized that he had to get one by all means. Then Ray asked Daniel, what about backing up? Daniel didn't understand what he meant. Ray said if they pay an additional 10 billion now, he'll save it if it gets dangerous. Daniel replied that it was a tempting offer, but not worth it, since they had chosen to fight of their own free will. Marie said that even after the battle starts, as long as they cross that line, the enemy attacks won't reach them, and paying 10 billion for such a short distance is ridiculous. Ray replied that those are unnecessary comments and they can do what they want. In the meantime, they will take care of the pillars. Daniel asked the team if everyone was ready. He said the enemy's core wasn't the sun, but the mana column beneath it. The main squad led by Maria attacks the defense barrier surrounding the main mana pillar. And when the guardian barrier is broken, they will be able to directly hit the mana pillar with that item. The team went forward. Daniel told them not to let their guard down for a second after crossing that line. They broke through, and Daniel gave the order to start the battle. The knight's intimidation attack was used. Intimidating the knight provokes enemies by attracting their attention for a certain amount of time. The sun said they were foolish opponents. He would grant them the blessing of the sun, a peaceful death. At this moment, Daniel used a technique, water charm. Daniel realized that if solar heat was the enemy, water paraphernalia seemed to work quite well. Marie watched from the sidelines and thought that it looked like her brother's provocative effect was working too. And if they can maintain the weakened state of the pillars of strength, they can defeat him. Marie ordered everyone to move forward. They started using techniques. Throw! The crackle of obsidian! Meanwhile, the sun got really angry. The sun told the stupid, foolish pretenders to get ready because there would be a surprise. Marie ordered everyone to dodge. She realized that this was a staggering density of attacks, and it looked like human dexterity wouldn't be enough to handle it. She then took a knife and stuck it in her neck, ordering everyone to stand back immediately. The guild members asked her what she was doing. Suddenly, the system alerted that the skill activation of the blood skill was up. Marie has transformed into an incredibly powerful yet terrifying Spider-Woman. Yudo looked at her and said, "That's incredible mobility. Skills that trade power for powerful buffs are common, but such bright ones are rare, aren't they?" Ray replied that the real value of this skill was in its attack power. Each of these spikes has an attack power equivalent to a normal player's skill. Yudo asked, such a powerful skill must consume an incredible amount of energy, right? Ray replied that it was probably optimized for energy, enhancing skills and state configurations to ensure practical activation duration. This strategy is unique to large guilds that can rely on other members during sorcerers. Daniel said that Ray was well informed. He didn't think that even among the players that level of awareness was widespread. Ray replied that the information exists in certain places. Suddenly, a guild member approached Ray and asked that, Don't they need St. Elmo's fire anymore? Ray answered no. The sun's attacks intensify as the barrier decreases and reach maximum difficulty when the barrier is destroyed. And focusing all the firepower at that point is a logical choice if you ignore the cost. Suddenly, the guild members started shouting, "What's going on? Did the ground just rise?" The sun then turned to the foolish challengers and said that if they wanted to continue, a sacrifice had to be made. Marie realized that this was a difficult stage, and there was a 50% chance of coping, but she was counting on her mobility. Marie thought that this power didn't make sense. She suggested that maybe it was a debuff that was being removed. However, no, she noticed that the outer columns were still red. The military shouted that another barrier had appeared. The sun alerted once again that if they wanted to continue, a sacrifice had to be made. The system announced to attack the defense barrier, at least one player must remain on the altar. Marie realized that was why they weren't allowed to retreat. She rushed forward and started yelling for the cannonball to come toward her. After a couple seconds, she plopped down on the ground and wondered if she couldn't dodge. But her eyes were already starting to get used to the brightness. Ray said that usually one hit would cause panic and stun, but she had the courage to do it. Daniel asked if the difficulty would increase. Ray replied that at least until the keeper's barrier was broken, it was still risky. Then Ray said that if Daniel wants Marie to get help, 5 billion is enough. Daniel indignantly asked that wasn't the insurance premium 1 billion yen? Ray smiled and replied that he had just raised the price, and the price would go up even more later. Daniel replied that he disagreed, and he believes and trusts Marie. Ray smiled and replied that he could see that. Meanwhile, Marie realized that she had no way to attack, and the strength of the guardian barrier was not decreasing at all. Marie began to ask her body to make more effort, but now it's impossible. Soon Marie was unable to block the attack and fell to the ground. Daniel started yelling and asking why the guild members weren't helping her. They replied that it was impossible, and if even Marie can't deal with these attacks, what to speak of them? At that moment, Marie was in pain. She was literally torn apart, and the brightness of the sun made it impossible to open her eyes. At that moment, Daniel fell to his knees in front of Ray and began to beg that he save Marie, offering him any amount of money. Ray said 100 billion. Daniel begged and pleaded and said he'd pay whatever it took. The deal is done. Ray immediately rushed to Marie. He took her in his arms and began to carry her out of the furnace. Daniel immediately ordered the healers to use fast, healing magic. The healers started using extra healing, damage restoration, and divine healing. One of the healers said it doesn't seem to be life-threatening, as expected from a durability-oriented assembly. Daniel, meanwhile, thanked Ray and said that if it weren't for him, it was unlikely that Marie would have gotten out of there. Ray replied that there was no need to thank him, because in the end, he would get 10 billion. Risking his life is part of the deal. Daniel then said that even hell bends to money. He added that he never thought he'd use that Japanese proverb so soon. The system notified, and Daniel's agreement to pay over 10 billion yen fulfilled the condition of soul fragment retrieval. Knight's soul fragment, type C, has been retrieved. Suddenly, Marie came to her senses and started laughing loudly. Daniel asked what was wrong, if she was having a mental breakdown. Marie asked, "That's absurd, isn't it? After all, fighting something like this, they said they had lost 1 or 2 transcendents." She then cried and said that everything was completely pointless. Daniel tried to calm her down and said that it wasn't pointless, and everyone had fought a good fight. Daniel put his hand on her shoulder and told her that she was the reason they'd gotten this far. And after fighting him and using the blood rose, he couldn't even gain 1%. And this is not something that humans should try to deal with. There is something beyond the power of man. Suddenly, Ray came up and said, "That's not true. Trials are meant to be taken. That's why they are trials." Marie asked, surprised that even after seeing that, he still thought they could fight. Ray replied, "That's why they're here, and fighting the core is the gold farm's job." Ray and his team stepped back, and Marie asked her brother to carry her to that pillar. Daniel asked what she planned to do. Marie asked not to worry and said she was just attacking the pole. Daniel said it would make it easier for her to maintain her weakened state. However, Marie replied that as long as she was alive, she could use her skills, and the lost arms and legs could be restored later. Marie requested that Daniel trust Ray's plans. At that point, Ray ordered the team to stick to the strategy. The team was actively attacking and blocking the sun's attacks. Ray said that as long as there was a victim on the altar, the attacks of the others would go through. The victim just needs to focus on dodging. Lumi shouted that while Ray was acting as bait, It was necessary to focus fire on the guardian barrier. Also, you should save skills that have an expiration time for after the barrier is broken. Daniel watched from the sidelines and said that Ray was holding steady. He asked Marie that if they had learned this method earlier, would they have been able to overpower him the same way? Marie replied that it's impossible, and the plan sounds simple when explained, but it suggests that one must continue to evade these attacks in real life. And if she tried to do the same to Bloodrose, it would end badly. Daniel replied that he understood and asked if the difference was just a level issue. Marie replied that no, she thinks her mobility is actually higher. As well as the ability to constantly see and dodge countless attacks, the focus and foresight required to do so. That says more about the skill of the player himself than any ability. Daniel said it was absurd to rely on technique alone, rather than skill, and pull something like this off. He didn't know exactly what level of player Ray was, but he was clearly strong, and probably one of the latter. Meanwhile, Lumi ordered to focus all her power on the main mana pillar. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Ray was no longer visible. Only the scorching sun and Ray attacks. Suddenly, the sun began to shatter into small pieces. The guild members started shouting that they had really done it. Suddenly, the sun told the brave challengers that their death had come, and now all attacks would kill instantly. Meanwhile, Ray realized that attacks that kill without harming the body are dangerous. And right now, he was the perfect target. The system alerted that the soul reserve delayed death for 10 seconds. Ray went on the attack. Suddenly, the countdown began. The system alerted, mental disaster. Ray didn't stop for a second. The system alerted that the main mana pillar had been destroyed. The sun of trials had been defeated. There was only debris and ash around. Ray was nowhere to be seen. The system alerted that they had successfully passed the desert test. The guys started jumping for joy and shouting that they had done it, and finally broke it. Unexpectedly, Ray appeared and said that it had been very challenging, but they had gotten more leeway than he had expected. Ray then asked the system if this pillar was considered a boss. The system replied that he was the first player in the world to successfully overcome the continental level test. The system then announced the unique title given to the first conqueror. The system notified that he already held the title First Conqueror. The titles were automatically merged. Ray realized that the Ancestral Conqueror title increased damage by 100% against bosses and large-scale trials. This title was already broken, but now it was even stronger. Ray thought that if this existed in the era of the game, the balance would be completely off. The system asked for the name of the party that won the challenge. Ray wrote, Black Vogel and Gold Farm, a joint party. The total reward is $500 million, minus Black Vogel's ammunition and personnel costs. A short time later in Australia, Sydney, a branch of Black Vogel, Daniel says he's adding a 10 billion yen reward for saving Marie, and 72.25 billion yen must be paid to them by the end of the day. And if there were no objections, Daniel asked Ray to sign the papers. Ray replied that there was no objection, and asked if they could really pay off 70 billion that quickly. Daniel replied that it was true and the net loss was 20 billion yen. He also said that he wouldn't lie. It's really unpleasant, but it's not enough to sink them. And after all, his little sister's life is worth a lot more than all that money. Marie said it would take about a week for the limbs, regenerated with recovery skills, to fully stabilize. And after that, she's ready to work. Then Marie remembered that she wanted to ask Ray something. Ray asked, "What is it?" Marie said that the strategy they used seemed overly dependent on individual skills and qualities. The girl asked, "Wasn't there another method, a simpler one?" Ray replied, "Of course there was a method, but it was told by the sun itself." Mari asked what he meant. Then Ray reminded her of the sun's words that if they wanted to continue, a sacrifice had to be made. And just like it said, have a player ready to die run to the barrier and high-damage players attack him. This altar was literally a sacrificial altar. Daniel replied that it was too high a price to pay. Ray said that if you destroyed an entire continent, everyone would die anyway. He asked, "That's better, isn't it? You could even tie up prisoners, death row or whatever, and throw them on the altar." Marie said as long as there's a victim, the player's skills don't matter much. In a way, it's a simple test. Daniel replied that to accomplish this in today's society would be challenging in many ways. And the trial is perhaps testing the mettle not only of the players, but of society itself. Ray replied that it could very well be true. And in a way, it's a simple test. As long as it's profitable, that's all that matters. Soon, Ray flew home. He couldn't be pleased with such a first-class menu. It was his first time flying first class. It's so luxurious. Meanwhile, Yudo asked if this airplane could be insured by the gold farm. Lumi replied that it didn't look like it was fully chartered, but there was no one else here. But considering it's a flight to China that could be destroyed in a test, most people didn't want to get on it. Also, the girl said that on the other hand, flights to Australia are fully booked, according to online news. Ray said Australia is the only place where there is no risk of being destroyed in a test. Suddenly, a waiter came over and asked what they would like to drink. Ray replied that he wanted the most expensive one they had. Suddenly, the plane began to shake violently. The waiter dropped the dishes. Things started flying from side to side. Ray asked if it was turbulence or something. The waiter replied that it felt different from normal turbulence, and he would go check it out immediately. Then all passengers were asked to fasten their seatbelts just in case. Ray thought for a moment. Yudo started yelling that the airplane was tilting. The nose was tilted too high. At this speed, it would stall. Ray asked Lumi that didn't she have the skill to stabilize the plane? She replied that she didn't and asked if Yudo could do it. Yudo replied that he could only move fast and asked Ray if he had the skill of levitating objects. Ray replied that it wasn't meant for something with that much mass and said that none of them were useful. The guys asked where he was going. Ray stormed over to the pilots and asked what was going on. The pilots replied that the elevator was stuck in the up position, and no matter how much they push the control lever, it won't reset. Ray asked. Elevator, do they mean the plate at the very back of the plane? Ray asked, needing to just push on, right? The pilot started yelling and asking what he was planning to do, and if he's thinking about going outside, he's out of his mind. The pilot said it's minus 30 degrees Celsius outside, the air pressure is below 0.3 atmosphere, and the flight speed is more than 1,000 kilometers per hour. Ray realized that high-level players might be fine even if they fell. But for beginners, it could be dangerous. The waiter said there's a pressure difference at this altitude. The door won't open. Even if it did, he'd be blown away. Ray turned to Yuto and said that as soon as he got out, the door should be closed to prevent decompression. Ray used the soul thread as a lifeline. He opened the door under tens of tons of pressure with his bare hands. Ray came out and said that it's pretty cold here. The wind is strong and oxygen is scarce, so we need to finish quickly. Ray climbed onto the tail of the plane and noticed that it was starting to stabilize. He then tried to contact Misaki. Ray said it appears that the plane's attitude has stabilized and it is holding the tailplane in place. He asked Misk what he should do next. Hold him down with his hands? So Ray decided to use the soul thread to help. Misaki asked to wait a moment while she contacted the captain. She asked if the captain could hear her. The captain was surprised to hear some voice in his head and said he could hear it. He also kept saying that it was necessary to destroy the elevator. Misaki asked if he was sure it was okay to destroy the elevator. Ray replied that if the captain says so, it's okay. He then used the soul punch technique. Misaki asked if he was okay. Ray replied that as ordered, the elevator was destroyed. Then he went back inside the plane, and the pilots told him he was their savior. And now they have to land this plane. They began to prepare for an emergency landing. The passengers were told to fasten their seatbelts and put on oxygen masks. The captain started telling everyone to get ready to get on the water and get ready to strike. Within a couple of seconds, the airplane began to touch the water with its wings and soon sat completely on the water. After a while, everyone was evacuated by boat. Ray asked Yuto if he knew which fish were the most expensive. Yuto asked how about that shiny silver one. The people present couldn't understand how they managed to be so carefree in this situation. Lumi informed Ray that Misaki had contacted them and told them that rescue would be arriving in about 2 hours. The captain said it was just a miracle that there were no casualties in such an accident. The co-pilot said it was thanks to the captain's piloting. Meanwhile, Ray asked Misaki if there was any news about the reason. The girl replied that the details were still being investigated. A little later, Misaki said some planes traveling between Australia and China had mechanisms in place to disable elevators. And if this particular airplane was the target, it's clear that it was aimed at the gold farm. Ray wondered how they had managed to bypass security and screening at the airport. At that moment, Yuto asked Ray to lend him his dagger. Ray said that with the kind of power the player had, it shouldn't be too hard to hack the plane. At least it wasn't blown up in midair. Misaki said that very small objects were used to open the control devices. After all, something big wouldn't go unnoticed. Yuto said hosting such a large-scale event involves a lot of organization. Lumi asked, could it be a dark guild plotting to sabotage the Asian trial? Ray responded that this is an obvious assumption, but short sales resulting from failed tests should already be settled by national countermeasures. Ray asked Misaki if it was possible to think of another way to make a profit. Misaki replied that as far as she knew, no. And for this scale, it's too big for simple thrill seekers. There must be another reason, Misaki asked. Could it be revenge against the Japanese Dark Guild they destroyed? Ray said that even if it's an offense, it's still too convoluted. And even if the plane exploded in midair, killing the best players would still be tricky. Ray realized that the Dark Guilds understood this as well. Then the question remained, who and for what purpose? Ray thought that even if they couldn't kill them, they were able to hold them off. Maybe that was their goal. Ray asked Misaki, given the timing of the cascade process, they should arrive before the deadline. Will they make it in time? Misaki asked to have it entrusted to her, and she would get them there no matter what. Meanwhile, the correspondent reported that this is the Asian Continental Trial, the front of the Cascade Trial camp. And until a minute ago, vehicles were coming and going nonstop, but now there is no activity. And the Contractors Guild, the Black Dragon, has stated that the trial can be passed, but with only 3 days left, the citizens are expressing their concerns. Flights and ships departing from Asia are fully booked. There have been cases where a single seat was sold for 20 million yen. Rioting broke out in some neighborhoods. At Noi Bai Airport, Vietnam, everyone was asked to stay calm. After all, holding on to the plane will not get them to America. Everyone was asked to step aside. The flight attendants warned that it was minus 40 degrees at cruising altitude. It was dangerous. Everyone was asked to move away from the plane. However, people replied that even so, they would fly to America, and they would not let only the rich escape. One of the activists suggested crashing the airplane. After all, if the rich die, they will die with them. The man began striking the airplane with a huge hammer in an attempt to smash it. Ray was watching the news. The correspondent was saying that a series of riots had swept governments around the world. The system announced a review of the Cascade trial. At Waterfall number 1, meanwhile, the leader of the Black Dragon, the Dragon King, announced that they were starting the trial. He also said they projected the process should be completed in about half a day. And while you're waiting for all of that, you can watch live. Suddenly it's reported that the monsters are streaming. The Dragon King told his brave warriors to prepare for a skirmish. The monsters began to attack. The Black Dragon Guild members began to use Energy Fist and Battle Crash. The Dragon King said that it was amazing, as expected from the players of the famous Black Dragon Guild. One of the guys asked that if they were so strong, why were they, the seconded players, brought here in the first place? The other answered him that no one knew that, but he had heard that they would need a lot of people in one place. The system has alerted that the enemies at Waterfall number 1 have been destroyed, and the path to the next waterfall is now open. And also the path will be closed after 10 minutes and the next challenge will start at the same time. Suddenly, chains appeared. The Dragon King ordered everyone to move forward immediately. Soon the system alerted that Waterfall 9 had been cleared, and a total of 12 waterfalls are involved in the cascade process. The Dragon King informed the audience that the end of the process was just around the corner. However, the signal began to fade. Lumi asked that wasn't it possible to interact with the audience in a stunt challenge? Ray replied that usually the signals get through, and if a signal is suddenly interrupted, it's interference. Signal interference? Who does that and why? Yudo replied that it was obviously to make sure that what was going to happen inside wouldn't leak out. Meanwhile, the Dragon King was reported that the signal interference was confirmed, and the smartphones were also out of range. The Dragon King replied that it was a good job. Some players began to discuss amongst themselves what was going on. The Dragon King turned to the eliminated players and thanked them for getting to this point. And finally, it was their turn. Continental trials are different from normal trials. They involve special weakening mechanics beyond combat. So the Dragon King said they needed their help to weaken the test licking this system. The players asked what they should do. The Dragon King replied that it was simple. They needed to die here. He said that the difficulty of the Cascade trial decreases the more deaths there are, and even worthless people like them can contribute to the ordeal. Suddenly, monsters of enormous size appeared. The players began to ask for help and started running. The Dragon King, along with his team, were watching from the side. He said that they could run all they wanted if they had the skills to survive and get out of here alive. One of the Black Dragon members said that these monsters are ridiculously weak, and he could easily deal with them without using any skills. The Dragon King said that indeed, sacrificing lives was the right strategy for continental trials. But starting from the next Waterfall 11, the difficulty would increase exponentially. So he ordered us to keep our guard up. The system has notified that Waterfall 10 has been cleared, and the test at Waterfall 11 begins. The Dragon King, meanwhile, used the technique of Battle Blade and Aura Strike. At this moment, the Black Dragon members were saying that these guys weren't cool at all, and it looked like they would be able to stand like this until the finals at their expense. Suddenly, they were attacked by a monster. One of them used the tail crash technique. They were glad that they had destroyed the monster, but they couldn't realize that was it really still alive, even in such a state. They started screaming that the monster was disintegrating into many other monsters. The Dragon King ordered them to calm down and told them that as long as the aura protected them, they would not be harmed. He told them to focus on the enemies. One warrior began to shout that the monsters kept multiplying no matter how much they suppressed their aura. The king got angry and said that if enough sacrifices had been made, they should not have grown so large. Could some of the victims have survived? In that case, the Dragon King said that they couldn't handle single-target attacks, so area attacks must be used. They started using sound wave and explosive aura techniques. However, they noticed that the enemies were not shrinking. The Dragon King started yelling for them to use more area skills. However, the warriors shouted that the skills had a waiting time, and they had exhausted all their area attacks. One of the warriors also said he wouldn't be able to move for a while, and they used up all their skills but still couldn't destroy them. The system alerted that at Waterfall number 11, monsters would appear until the set number was reached. The warriors shouted that they were appearing endlessly. They asked what they should do, because at this rate they would all be eaten alive. The system notified that 6,612 monsters out of 300,000 had been defeated. Hearing this, the king didn't understand how they could deal with such a large number. Suddenly, the Dragon King started shouting that they were retreating. The Black Dragon Guild was unable to pass the cascade test. News of this failure soon broke, and it was reported that the whereabouts of the Dragon King's guildmaster were currently unknown. The International Federation takes this incident seriously and has taken control of all the ensuing circumstances. Lumi watched the news and said that it was just as Ray had predicted. Naturally, this ordeal was not one their party could withstand. Ray replied that it was like that, and now he wondered what would become of those who failed. Meanwhile, in Vietnam, the Dragon King was running down the street, hiding and thinking about the fact that he had barely escaped, and what to do now. He figured that if they couldn't pass the test, it was safe to say that the Japanese side didn't stand a chance either. He said he was definitely done with Asia, and now he wondered if there was a way to escape. Suddenly, someone used the deadly penetration technique, with which they pierced through his head. A girl appeared and relayed to her own that the punishment for the Dragon King was complete, and as expected, he was going to refuse the ordeal and run away. On the other side of the phone, she was answered that it was a good job, and the Dragon King really is a stupid man. Did he really think he could jeopardize the entire Asian continent with billions of lives and still save himself? The man asked what about the Japanese party. Suddenly, he was walked in and informed that they were traveling overland and should arrive at Cascade trials today. The man also said that some members of the Genesis Wings were reported missing, but their core membership was mostly intact. The man also added that there are some nuances. The gold farm requires additional compensation. The man asked, wondering if Ray was really talking about money during such a crisis. At the time, the man said that due to a lack of strength and tight deadlines, the trial's countermeasures committee offered an additional $300 million in compensation. The man replied that they could not succumb to the greed of the money-hungry mercenaries, and if they fail the test, they will die too. The man then stood up and said there were less than 3 days left before the deadline, and there was no time to negotiate. So he told him to add another 200 million seized from the Black Dragon. The man said he would. So, $500 million in additional compensation? The man wondered what a money-hungry pest. Meanwhile, Genesis Wings and the Gold Farm met at the entrance to the Cascade trial. Tsukino told Ray that it was a great job, and she was surprised when she found out their plane went down, but honestly, she wasn't too worried. After all, there was no way an elite Gold Farm squad would die from something like this. Ray said that if anything, it was a blessing. When they demanded more, the compensation went up $200 million. So they should thank whoever messed up the plane. Ray then asked, as for the test, it's scheduled for tomorrow, right? Sukino said that she knew they must be tired from the long journey, but could they bear the test? As they need to rescue the survivors abandoned by the Black Dragon Guild as soon as possible. Ray agreed, but said there was one condition. Tsukino asked what the other condition was. Ray then told them to leave the fates of those they would save to the Golden Farm.